The House of Representatives has proposed that all 5 major elections in 2027 be conducted by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) on a single day, and a reform outlined in the proposed Electoral Act of 2025. Now, if the proposal is upheld, the reviewed Electoral Act would empower INEC to conduct the presidential, senatorial, House of Representatives, governorship, and House of Assembly polls in one single day. Other amendments being proposed by the lower chamber of the National Assembly includes the payment of 50 million naira by political associations seeking registration as parties, restriction of presidential election expenses to 10 billion naira, conduct of elections 120 days before the expiration of the incumbent's term, and determination of election petitions within 90 days after the exercise. And for more insights on the recent proposal by the House of Representatives to conduct all 5 major elections in 2027 on a single day, I'm now being joined by Samson Itodo, Executive Director, Yaga Africa. Thank you so much for being on the news tonight.
Thanks, always a delight to be here.
I mean, in whose interest is it to have these 5 major elections in one day?
Well, I think it's in our collective interest. The House of Reps must be commended for some of the proposals. They are very far-reaching, people-centered proposals in the version of the House Committee's bill. But on the question about single-day elections, first you need to look at when it's cost-effective to have elections in one day. I think it would limit the bandwagon effect that splitting elections also causes. I think it would also contribute to greater turnout in elections. So there are advantages, of adopting a single day for all our elections. Nigeria will not be the first country that has 5 elections in one day. Kenya has it. South Africa has that. There's just a lot of countries that have elections in one day. It also helps, and deals with this question of fatigue, because when you have, elections 2 weeks apart, there's often
voter apathy.
However, to be able to operationalize this, there are several things that need to be in place. First, you need to look at the logistics of managing all elections in one day. So both INEC, all the security agencies, they have to, ensure that they have the capacity to manage the elections in one day, because to a large extent you have an overstretched security architecture. But I still think it is possible to have elections in one day. So aside the fact that you've got huge logistics, I really think that having elections in one day will, to a large extent, deepen the quality of our electoral process. I
mean, you would know, because you have been monitoring elections for ages now, and you understand the logistics, the manpower infrastructure that is on ground, and if we can do this. But then I have to ask you, this proposal isn't new.
It isn't.
It is repeatedly comes up. It comes up all the time, every time we talk about constitutional review. So one wonders why it hasn't moved beyond talking stage.
I think there's a lot of politicization about it, but there are also people who are against it and have very valid arguments that there's a great need to address the question of the logistics and how do you guarantee, that you have maximum logistics to manage the elections if you have elections in one day. Do we also have the personnel, to manage the elections? Some of the concerns people have also expressed is that it could lead to invalidated votes because the voters are not socialized well enough to handle 5 ballot papers, which I really think it's really demeaning to have that perspective about the Nigerian voter. But if we go above, the politicization, and keep in mind that the issue about date and sequence of elections have been a heated political conversation for over decades, because the makers of the law and also those who are outside the National Assembly feel that the way you sequence the election has great effect, on who emerges either as a president or the governor, because those 2 elections are interlinked. But I really feel that the House of Reps, has made a bold step in putting this back to Nigerians. There's a lot of support for this particular provision. In fact, in the House's bill, they actually legalize electronic transmission of result, which is consistent with the demands that Nigerians have made, for electronic transmission of results. So there are progressive amendments in that particular bill that deserves the support of Nigerians. But I hope that with this opportunity that we have, that some of these, lofty proposals will pass today. But it's just early days. We would have debates about this. The Senate needs to pass its own version of the bill. It didn't pass it before it went on recess. We hope when they get back, they will pass their version of the bill and then give the president the opportunity and time to assent to the bill before we go into future elections.
You talked about bandwagon effects, and I wonder if this changes anything, should it become law? If as a voter, I have to vote for 5 different elections on the same day, what stops me from voting, for example, I hope it doesn't exist as a party, applicant party on all papers and just press all through, because I don't have the time to go through the complexity of the papers and the time. I just go all through. Isn't that, isn't that counterproductive?
That is the most unfortunate thing. It's not the provision of the law. It's actually whether the political actors that have the responsibility of political education, voter education, or political mobilization do so. And in this case, is the parties. Once the law is made, the parties know that they have a responsibility to go and market their programs to the voters.
How much have they lived up to that responsibility? I understand.
But it's not our fault. That does not mean that we shouldn't make the laws that helps reduce the cost of elections. If you check, in the 2023 elections, Nigeria budgeted over 305 billion. Go and check. 40% of that money went to overhead, the cost of the ad hoc staff, because you need 1 million plus ad hoc staff to manage elections. But you are paying them twice, because they have to come out twice in an election. But when you have your elections in one day, you may increase the personnel, but definitely you're not going to spend this amount of money. So it saves the country a lot of cost, but it also helps the voter, because sometimes voters also have this fatigue. If you check the turnout between presidential elections and governorship elections, there's always a reduction, because people get tired of showing up to vote twice, sometimes even 3 times in the course of elections. So have it on one day, educate the people well enough, provide them the necessary information that they require. It is the duty of political parties, because they are the first beneficiaries, to go and mobilize the voters. Then civil society and the media will play complementary roles. But what the parties have done is they've abdicated their responsibility to only media and civil society, and to a large extent even INEC, to mobilize voters, when in actual fact, those who have the electoral value, those who are beneficiaries of elections, don't perform their statutory responsibility of mobilizing voters.
We need to go. You just seem to say that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages.
To a large extent.
So are we ready? Do you think we can be ready for 2027?
I think that Nigeria has been ready for a very long time. This is a country that has resilient people and resilient institutions. Make the law, and rest assured that you would see how, that particular law in its implementation would deliver higher turnout, low-cost elections.
Samson Todo will be monitoring the space, following the lawmakers to see if this will become a reality and move beyond the talking stage. We must thank you, Yaga, Africa Executive Director.
So, contrary to widespread speculation, the ADC coalition insists that there is no favoured presidential candidate, at least not at this stage of the political game. Their focus, they say, is on governance and on holding the Tinubu presidency and the ruling APC accountable. And in the latest salvo against the administration, the ADC has expressed outrage at what it called the fiscal vandalism of the government, following the approval of an additional $21 billion in foreign loans by the National Assembly. The ADC accused President Tinubu of surpassing his APC predecessor by mortgaging the country's future in mountains of debt, all in the name of economic reform. It said the new wave of borrowing will drive Nigeria's spiral of debt beyond 200 trillion naira before the end of this year, with no corresponding development to show for it or economic revival to justify it. Well, for more on this, I'm joined now in the studio by the National Publicity Secretary of the new ADC coalition, Bolaji Abdullahi, who is a former Minister of Sport as well as Youth Development. very much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you, always.
So just tell us more about this debt spiral of the Tinubu government that has the opposition ADC coalition so concerned about its potential shattering impact on the future of this country.
Thank you very much. In the public sector, how do government make money? You make money either by generating revenue or by borrowing. So there is nothing fundamentally wrong with government borrowing money for the purpose of increasing productivity, for promoting the economy and all that. But what we have seen here is a consistent addiction, what appears to be an addiction to borrowing. It's like every agency, every multilateral agency, every organizations of government anywhere in the world that has a loan to give, Nigeria is ready to take that loan. They'll tell you it's cheap loan. They'll tell you the repayment is long term. But in the end, what we fail to see is what these loans are actually used for, especially when the future generation of Nigerians will be the ones to pay this loan or to repay these loans. The minimum we expect is that if you are going to put the burden on the future generation, the future generations should see the benefit of what you've used the loan for. So what ADC is saying, that taking loans cannot just be your default or your instinctive solution to whatever fiscal problems that you have, especially when the fiscal crisis you have found yourself is self-inflicted, because the previous loans you've taken, we've not seen what you've used it for. So ADC's concern is that, especially when we have a National Assembly that does appear ever willing to oblige the president whenever he makes such demands on them, it's a big concern that I'm not an economist, but so many people have come out who are experts on this matter, who have also weighed in similarly.
Very interesting. So I mean, there are two things here. One of them is that the ADC is clearly now coming out with all guns blazing and really trying to play the role and fill that space of the opposition in this country.
Absolutely. And I'm delighted to say that one of the things ADC can claim to have achieved within the short time that we have come into existence, less than a month, is to have dismantled that suffocating culture of silence. Before ADC came about, it looked like government was able to get away with anything. All the political parties that ought to play the role of opposition to ask questions were either willingly abdicating the responsibilities that they have as opposition party, or because of the existential crisis they faced, are unable to play that role. And I must say that that's one of the immediate inspiration for the kind of party that we are trying to build, that Nigeria is too important, too big, and too many people have paid so much for democracy for us to allow our country to descend into a one-party rule. And I believe that the journey is long, but for us in ADC, we recognize that the most important role we have to play, and that's why we keep saying that it's not just about 2027, because there's a tendency to reduce what we are doing to just wanting to take power in 2027. Yes, of course we do, but it's fundamentally more than that. And asking the kind of questions we've been asking is one of the roles we have assigned for ourselves.
Indeed, but it is obviously an important role to play, as you said, filling that opposition space. But it's much easier, isn't it, to criticize from
Absolutely.
the outside. I mean, what would you do differently to improve the finances of this country if the ADC coalition was in office today? What would you have done, given what has happened in the last few years? I mean, however much you blame the APC for the last 10 years, and let's face it, they've been in office for 10 years, but you've had different leaders driving the trajectory of this country. And we know that in this country, when one leader is in office, it's much less likely that anybody else is going to try and even criticize them if they're in the same party or you know. What would you do differently to improve the finances of this country if the ADC was in office today? What would you have done now after 2 years in office?
Well, we have not been in office at all. So
clearly not.
I mean,
that's why I'm saying
I don't want to give
it's not just to criticize, you have to offer solutions.
I also don't want to give you my personal opinion.
Right.
But what I can tell you is that
I don't mean you in particular.
Yeah, I understand
the spokesman of the agency.
So whatever the important point here is that whatever this government is doing, regardless of the intentions behind it, is not working. That is very important. And one of the things they did from the start was to combine the removal of fuel subsidy with the devaluation of the naira. Combining these two policies or interventions has had catastrophic consequences on the livelihood of the people. And for ADC, this is the most important point. Whatever we do, what consequence will it have on the livelihood of the people, on the quality of lives of the people? Now you can bring economics into the room to begin to debate what options exist. But the fundamental, where you draw the line, the basic minimum, is what implication will it have for the people?
I think a lot of people would agree, but you also have to, I think, keep in mind that there are two things here. One of them, which obviously you consider to be paramount, is the impact of policies on the Nigerian people.
Absolutely.
The other one is the impact of policies on people you're trying to attract into Nigeria to invest in the country in order to improve the lives of the Nigerian people.
Absolutely.
And all those people, almost without exception, have commended the Tinubu government for the policies that they've taken so far.
But we've also seen reports by the IMF saying that this devaluation you are pursuing, we didn't expect you to go this far. Because I remember only a few weeks ago, a special advisor in this government came out and was condemning IMF for appropriating and reprobating at the same time, saying like, what exactly do you want us to do? You advised us to do this. Now you are the one saying that the outcome of what we are doing is hurting the people. So the question, Charles, is that, number one, who exactly is deciding the direction of the economy of Nigeria? Is it the people that Nigerians voted for, or some global organization somewhere that didn't have the mandate of Nigerians? Now, this is a very critical question, because even if IMF or the World Bank or any such institution that we like to hold accountable or responsible are the ones advising you, the primary question you should be asking yourself as someone who holds the mandate on behalf of the Nigerian people is, how will this help my people? How will this hurt my people? If it's going to hurt them in the immediate, the two questions you should be asking yourself, number one, what safety nets am I able to provide to cushion the effect on the people? And two, for how long will they need to suffer before they begin to see the results?
That's a legitimate.
So these are the two questions
that's a legitimate point. Let me move slightly away from the economy and sort of the focus on the APC, and turn the focus on the ADC, because the APC, as well as the PDP, almost united in raising what many observers see as legitimate points about the ADC coalition and the fact that it has too many competing politicians, Atiku, Obi, El Rufai, Amechi, etc., vying for the top position, and that this is a web of political intrigue and divisions that is simply too delicate to hold together. Do you see the points there?
Why are they concerned about that? We should be concerned about that. That's our problem, right? If we have people like that who want to aspire for the same position in our party, we should be the one having sleepless nights about how to resolve these issues among them. But why is the APC concerned on our behalf?
Well, because you're an opponent.
Yeah, we are an opponent, but this is our internal problem.
They're not concerned for you in a positive way, saying, oh dear, get your house together. No. they're saying that they're gleefully rubbing their hands together and using that as a criticism against you, that you're not going to be any really strong force because already your energies are going to be dissipated because of all these competing forces.
That's what they see. That's what they see. But what we are saying is that our party is 1 month old. We are not having any conversation about who will be the flag bearer of the party at the moment. We are preoccupied with developing our party, with building the structures and putting in place the necessary systems that will prove that will show Nigerians or convince Nigerians that we are truly indeed a democratic party and an opposition party ready to take power in 2027. Now, the question of who becomes the flag bearer of the party is a question that we'll answer down the line, and we are going to do so in a very transparent and democratic ways. And we said we have two options. One option is to try to engineer some consensus. If we are not able to do that, we go to primaries, and whoever emerges, the party will back. So when they look at this, they say it's like a prophecy of doom. To say, oh, don't worry, give them time, they are going to start fighting. They've been saying this from day one. But I can assure you that we are conscious of the challenges that we face as a budding political party, and we are well equipped to deal with our internal issues.
But what do you say to those who say that the people in the ADC have their names? I mean, you have a lot of names that are recognizable, but having left the PDP or the APC, they didn't leave with the party structures. So if you look at the PDP states that have governors, the structures are intact in those states, whereas you guys are building new infrastructure, you're renting new offices, you're hiring new hands, etc. How much does that make a substantial difference from the ward level upwards?
You see, when we talk about structures, and Peter Obi showed us in the last election that it's not just about physical structure. It's about the people. What people do you have? What quality of people, what quality of representation do you have at all levels of the party, whether at the polling unit level, at the ward level, at the zonal level, and at the state level, and at the national level? So when you have one person, for example, able to stand for the party at the polling unit level, that one person can bring 20 people. And those 20 people can bring 10 people. So we are trying to build a party that is sufficiently able to mobilize Nigerians to see the ADC as the only alternative to the ruling party. So what we are doing is building a movement of Nigerians who are dissatisfied with the current government enough to say, look, the other parties have been compromised, and this is the only alternative at the moment to the ruling party. Yes, the point you make about us trying to set up offices, trying to build these systems and all that, those are there. But we don't think in any way undermine our capacity as a fighting force for the election in 2027.
People like the PDP don't agree with you. I mean, the PDP considers itself still a major party in this country. I don't know if you know, for instance, that the PDP is now openly wooing the likes of Peter Obi to return to their fold. And given that the PDP, as we mentioned earlier, still has reasonably solid structures across this country, several governorships under its belt, I mean, do you agree that that could well be a more attractive prospect for Peter Obi than the ADC coalition, which has so far been unable to attract a single governor to the fold?
Let me say clearly that Peter Obi is in the coalition, regardless of what anybody else is saying. But it is good to see that it has taken the coming on board of ADC to get PDP to begin to make some movements. But everyone knows that the jugular of PDP is still in the hands of the ruling party. Everyone knows that. Peter Obi, more than anyone else, knows that he cannot take the risk of going to the PDP, because PDP, and I'll give you an example. When the governor of the former governor of Delta, Okowa, left PDP to join the APC, who welcomed him in the APC? Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Wike, that is presumably still in the PDP, right? You see PDP governors leaving their parties every day to join the ruling party. You hear PDP governors endorsing President Tinubu as their preferred candidate for 2027. You see PDP bigwigs saying that they no longer believe in this party because they believe that the party has been compromised. So, but like I said, it probably requires ADC to come on board to get PDP to begin to make some movements. I mean, everyone knows in this country today, you can conduct a poll. Ask Nigerians, which party do they recognize as the de facto opposition party? I have no doubt in my mind that the answer will be ADC.
Well, I mean, obviously, other people would
without saying that they are not an important party. This is a party with history. The historical legacy of PDP will be difficult to erase or even replicate. But it is also the tragedy of our recent democracy that PDP has been reduced to what it has become.
Well, I mean, the impression was always given that this new ADC coalition would bring every bit of the opposition together. I mean, that was the whole idea. Maybe people are thinking of, the way the APC came together or whatever. Maybe you're doing it differently, but certainly that was the impression people had, that it would be welded together into some sort of movement. And you've used the term movement here. That would include not just individuals, but political parties, elected politicians, etc. But so far, what we're essentially seeing is just another political party.
I think you people trying to compare ADC with the APC are probably comparing apples with oranges. APC in 2014 was a product of political strategy. How do we defeat the ruling party? And the answer was clear. The only way you could defeat PDP at the time was for different opposition parties to come together. So it was a consequence of a deliberate political strategy to take power in 2014, 2015. Now, ADC is not the same. ADC is a product of necessity. Like I said earlier, many political leaders in the opposition party has found themselves in a strange situation where they cannot even recognize their parties anymore, either by their own self-inflicted internal contradiction or by official machinations of government. These parties were no longer able to provide a platform for a wide array of political leaders. And now the question is, so what do we do if we're not able to run on the platform for our political party? Don't forget that the challenges in this party is who controls the leadership, who controls the party machinery, who is in charge of this party. Now, having been unable to answer those questions, the only alternative left is for people who are convinced that this party is no longer viable as a platform, a political platform, to seek alternative. That's when the various leaders across the different parties begin to have conversation and that's why the word coalition did not happen in the respect to APC. What we had was merger. But in this case, we are talking of a coalition of different political leaders coming together to form a new political party.
Well, I mean, I think everybody, I mean, you have a point there. I mean, everybody would agree that at the moment with the APC, there is no question about who is in the driver's seat, and that is, of course, President Tinubu. There's no dispute about who's going to be the leader or who isn't. But that does not mean, as I said, in fairness to the point that you're making, that the party is completely united. Because, for instance, we heard today that members of the ANPP bloc in the APC have warned President Tinubu not to tamper with the vice president's seat in the run-up to 2027, or the bloc will leave the party. They're also complaining about marginalization and the lack of inclusivity. I mean, I expect that's music to your ears. I mean, those kinds of divisions.
Yeah, of course, it's if we want to look at it strictly in political terms. But you see, for us in ADC, we want all political parties to be strong because our commitment is to democratic survival of Nigeria. Nigeria's democracy cannot be strong if one political party is dominant. ADC does not desire one dominant political party system. ADC desires a multi-party, liberal, democratic system. So we want ADC to be in good health. We want PDP to be in good health. We want APC to be in good health. And when we criticize APC, it's because we want them to do better. If they are not able to do better, Nigerians are able to say, hang on, these people are not doing what we want them to do. Now, this is alternative.
And as far as you're concerned, they're not doing well.
No, of course. This is the consensus.
Okay.
This is the consensus. They're not doing well.
On that
and
note,
what they are doing is actually bad.
On that note, on that predictable note, I want to thank you very much indeed. Bolaji Abdullahi is the national. Welcome back to Arise Prime Time, where we offer perspectives on the news and talking points of the day. I'm Charles Aniegolu. Now, we hear so much about the great men of Nigerian politics whose action is supposed to have transformed Nigerian lives for the better, but who for decades have provided the gravity that's kept most people bound and spinning in the dark scaffolding of their uninspirational leadership. But one woman who has helped to raise awareness about their lackluster performance through her political activism is Aisha Yesufu. Like her or hate her, no one can deny that she's become one of the most effective pro-democracy and good governance voices, who is not afraid to challenge authority, from good governance protests to the Bring Back Our Girls campaign, from the End SARS demonstrations to the cost of living protests, and now to Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan versus the Senate and Monday Okpebholo versus Peter Obi. She has transformed how so many young people understand their place in political society, frustrated beyond words as they are by the lack of proper democratic institutions and lack of inspirational leadership. So, can she now detect some hope for the future? Or is the future still looking rather bleak? With more on this, the activist and campaigner Aisha Yesufu joins me now in the studio. How nice to see you again.
Thank you so much. It's so good to be here.
Yes,
and you know, as we were ending, it just reminded me of 2022. I remember having that conversation with you, and where people were saying there was no hope. And at the beginning of the obedient movement, you know, four people in a room, and I did say to Nigerians, watch us and see what would happen. I think a lot.
It was almost proverbial, wasn't it? I mean, the way that you predicted what was going to happen.
Yes.
The last time I saw you, of course, was on television. We just saw images of that, but you were live, and your fist once again clenched. We thought you had kind of left the streets for the ballot box, but clearly Nigeria still pushing you back onto the streets.
So on the issue of the streets, really, for me, one of the reasons why I did say I'm not going to be on the street. Like, if you notice, that protest wasn't a protest to a government. What I say that if I don't believe the current government won the election, and for me, if I go to protest to them, then that means I'm legitimizing illegitimacy, and that's my own opinion. And so I did say I'm not going to be on any of such protests. But on the issue of Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, it was a protest to the National Assembly, where she, not really a protest, she was going there to resume office, since the court had declared that her suspension was unconstitutional. And so the next thing would be for her to go in and resume. And then we escorted her. I was one of those who went with her, because one of the things for me is that she's not going to walk alone, by the grace of God. If I'm alive and I'm breathing,
right,
and definitely be there to support her, because what you see is just what we call injustice of the highest order. We first of all have a situation whereby we don't have a lot of women at the National Assembly, and then the few we have, we're seeing this high level kind of oppression going on. So for me, it's not even just because she's female, but that the injustice should not be sustained in her, like she said in her own words.
I'm going to return to Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan in a minute, But I was just looking at the faces of some of those security guards when you guys walked up to them, and you're sort of looking them in the eye. They didn't quite know what to do.
Yeah.
And one of your critics who was watching that jokingly wondered why you couldn't have become something nice like a kindergarten teacher rather than a political activist.
Well, at the end of the day, it's still teaching, because there are a lot of people who see the fact that one can stand up and have a voice and speak, and that as citizens that we're deserving of a good standard of living, we're deserving of good governance, and then we're also supposed to participate in governance, and that's exactly what we're doing. In terms of those police, for me, it was just so ironic, for every time we're trying to protest, for good governance in Nigeria, something that's going to favor everyone. The police are always there as willing tool of oppression, to suppress the people, oppress the people, beat up the people, tear gas, do all sorts of things. And the most ironic part of it was the fact that I think less than 24 hours to that time that we were there were actually citizens who were on the street protesting for police, men and women. And so I was like, what's this thing that is wrong with you? And most times when they see us, they are always complaining that we never protest, on their behalf. And I'm like, for every time we even try to protest on your behalf, you're always coming, to beat us up or do one thing.
That's a good point.
So that's it for me. And I kept just telling them, see, what are you getting out of this Nigeria? Like for some of them, look them in the eyes to say to them, the kind of education that your children are getting, is it the kind of education that the children of the Senate president, for example, is getting? If Nigeria was a country where it's working, access to good quality education should not be dependent on the economic status of one's family. So I'm reminding them, your kids are not getting this. So when you go back home and they're saying that Nigeria isn't working, just remember to let your family know that you're one of those who is not making Nigeria work. So basically, those were just the things that was said to them that day.
But I mean, you must not have been surprised that you were stopped at the gates of the National Assembly by security agents. Knowing this, why was it still important for you to go there?
Well, it was important for her to resume office. One of the things that would happen most times, they would say to her, but you didn't try, you didn't go there. If she hadn't gone there, that they would say, who stopped you? Who didn't allow you, to come in there? She needed to resume because her people have been without representation for over a year, and time and time again, the courts have declared that, the legislative and the bodies, be it National Assembly or state houses of assembly, they do not have this right to suspend people for this long or to do this suspension, being that the authority to be a senator wasn't something that was given to her by the Senate or imposed on her by the Senate. It was her people that deemed it fit to vote for her. And she was supposed to represent them. And now with over 100 days, those people have lacked representation. And so there's everything wrong in that. This is not about the person. But this is about the people being represented.
Did you go out there to protest? I mean, in spite of the things you said, because she's a woman? Or would you have done that if it was a man who was stopped by the Senate from sort of going back into
absolutely. It doesn't have to do with gender, but it's just that it's an additional thing.
Right.
When you look at the scale, how do I put it now? The number of people who are women who are there, and then you find that you're being oppressed. Right. And this is something that happens across board all over. But definitely when it comes to voices, for me, one thing is that I don't even need to like you to stand for you when your rights are being oppressed. I've always believed in that. There are certain issues that I, for example, might not agree with it. It might not be what I would do. It might not be what, either my faith or whatever agrees with it. But when that person's rights are trampled upon, I find it's beholden on me to actually speak up for that person, not just because of when we agree or when.
No, I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
But I mean, you do see it as a moral crisis for the Senate, and a crisis about the place of women in Nigerian society that challenges the national conscience. And as someone said, has sometimes exceeded every acceptable standard, both legal and moral.
So if you look at it this way, when we're talking about the main issue at ground, when we're talking about sexual harassment, this is something that women have to deal with on a regular basis all the time. And most times when victims speak out, they're oppressed, they're silenced, and perpetrators, go on the basis that they will be silenced from their victims. And then you now have someone at this level who is speaking out and who is also being silenced and sort of like being punished because she spoke out. It says a lot. It's a whole lot involved
you think
in
she's
it
being punished
beyond this.
because she's not showing substantial contrition? Because, I mean, that's one of the things
it's one of those things, Charles. Repeatedly you see people who are saying to you, oh, go and beg. We do that a lot in Nigeria, where the victim is the one who is vilified.
That is very true.
The perpetrator is let alone. And
that
you
is
talk, what
true.
is it? Just go and apologize. No, you don't just go and apologize. You have to fight. And for me, constantly when I see Natasha, because she's always like saying, oh, thank you for me. I'm like, no, we are the ones to thank you, because this fight, you're not just fighting for yourself. You're fighting for every woman out there who is being oppressed, who is being suppressed, who is going through this.
Indeed.
Yeah.
But I mean, do you see, is there any blame at all that you would lay on the doorstep of Senator Oduagan at all in this whole crisis? Maybe, I don't know, I mean, her attitude, the fact that there were certain things within the Senate and the Senate rules. I mean, I'm not talking about the issue of sexual harassment or the issue of whatever else there is, just purely the way that she was in that National Assembly. I mean, she's not the first person who's been who they've attempted to discipline there.
So this is the thing. I look at this, when you talk about the Senate rules, why do the Senate rules keep changing for different people and then also for different gender? I would say in the way that Senator Natasha stood up for her right and said, look, I needed to speak out on this thing. I've been moved from my seat. I don't think I should be moved without properly being informed of this whole thing. We've had other senators, and I think if I'm not mistaken, the current Senate president himself has found himself in that same situation where he had stood up, where he had yelled, where he had done, all sorts of things. We've had senators who have thrown, tantrum on the floor of the Senate, but nothing really was done to them. But then when it comes to the woman, you want to put her in she shouldn't have done this. And what did she do? She only spoke up. She stood. She didn't hit anybody. She didn't fight anybody. She was just saying, and she was quoting, she was also calling the Senate rules as she was speaking that, look, I have a right to speak in this manner and at this place. So whatever technicalities they're bringing in, and what are the Senate rules that have to do with certain people, but certain people can get away with it. And so really, for me, that's something that's it's questionable to an extent. And it says, where is the justice in here?
Yeah, I think a lot of people see it that way as well. But I mean, beyond those incidents, I mean, when it comes to the interpretation of that court ruling on the strength of which she returned to resume at the National Assembly, I mean, how do you see the role of the judiciary?
Charles, me, I always say it as it is. Man, our Nigerian judiciary, they should wake up. They failed the system, they failed the country, they failed even the oath that they swore. We today, the Nigerian judiciary that is supposed to be the last resort of the common man is now the plaything of corrupt politicians, and they are so brazen in the way that they show that off, and they don't care. They don't follow the rules. The same Senate that we see today, there were some also injunctions that were given to them to stop that proceedings in terms of suspending her. They didn't listen. They didn't bother. And we've had a situation whereby a lot of even institutions decide what rulings of the judiciary, of the courts, that they're going to obey. And that's a problem. And beyond that also, you also find where the judiciary is sort of like looking at the body language of those who come before them. We've seen a situation where, politicians are the ones who are dictating a lot of things for our judiciary. It's a major problem. And I think the judiciary in itself should sit up and on its own begin to, reorganize itself in a way that it's more effective for the people, and that the common man will have a place of solace and be there, not what we currently have right now, where the politicians, that's why they would look in your face and tell you to go to court, because they know they own the courts.
Well, let's turn to the other matter, that matter of Governor Bebele, That matter of governor.
Ah, no.
But
Before you go
who-
on,
who-
sir,
who
before you go
recently-
on,
Yeah.
Charles, you know when they say that Edo people that Edo know the
that
carry
is your
last.
state. Of
Yeah, that's
course.
my state.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what
That's
makes it
your
so
governor.
heartbreaking. That oh Lord have mercy. You know when they say Edo know they carry last, we have actually carried last, and we have stained our white with our own hands.
Yeah.
And for me, it's such a sad thing as someone who is an indigenous of Edo State to say that that is a person representing the state. It's so sad.
Right. So what do you think is the motivation and the genesis of that statement that Governor Bebela made? You don't think it had anything to do with just
Hooliganism.
right?
Yeah, that's it. And a situation whereby I think he took on something that was beyond his intellectual capacity. And it's for him, he wants to appear that he can do certain job for certain people, sort of. And then what does he do? He goes about threatening someone, threatening Mr. Peter Obi in terms of coming into the country, into the state, and also saying that he needed to get permit. I think whether he needs to sit down with his attorney general to really find out what are the powers that he has as a governor, because when it comes to security, he can't even command a constable. He can't give anybody a security permit. It's even his own security.
Well, I
is
think
it secured? So
yeah.
those are the things. So you can't say people will come here. But you know something, Charles? For me, it's not even Governor Monday Obewolo's statement to an extent. It's not as heartbreaking as watching Senator Adams Oshomale,
yeah.
former governor of there, and also we're from the same local government, but we speak the same language, and I'm like, oh, Irama. Oh, Lord have mercy. Sitting down and trying to defend something that is indefensible. Because I look at Senator Adams Oshomale at this stage should see himself as elder statesman and not someone, when not some cleanup guy. When there are some people like when something has been done that it's wrong, they send them to sort of like fix it, Mr. Fix It. He should go beyond all of that. He should be able to have the kind of capacity and integrity to call a spade and not a garden implement. In terms of if something has been done wrong, just call the person and say, okay, you didn't do this very well. And even if you're not going to come out to publicly scold that person, which is understandable, you will call him aside and scold him. But don't come and start trying to defend that person. And in the course of defending that person, you end up dropping having a lot of misinformation, disinformation, and all of that, going on. So for me, it's so disappointing.
Right, but
it's really so disappointing.
Nevertheless, a lot of people, because we get a lot of instant reaction to people we have on air, and he was obviously sitting where you're sitting now, just a few days ago. Many people seem to think that he explained it very well, and that the problem was essentially Governor Bebele's apparent inability to articulate his thoughts rather than any precise malintentions, which is the kind of the point that
no, that wasn't it. So the first thing that happened. So by the way, as we're still sitting, APC as a party, or APC in quote as a ruling party, hasn't said anything to him to say, okay, what you've done isn't right. So let me take you through the event. First of all, Monday, unprovoked. When they're playing tennis, they say unforced error. Just where he's speaking, I think he's carried away by the crowd, and he goes this threatening. Don't come here. This person that said he doesn't have she went to his school. And there are so many information where the misinformation, the fake news that 3 people had died, that there was some 3 people had died after he left or during when he was there. That was done. He did that. He threatened because that was a threat. After he finished his threat, we saw the APC chairman, Edo State APC chairman,
yes, I saw that.
Yes, will also come out to talk about
that was
how
particularly odious.
Yes, exactly. How they were going to smoke people. How anybody who stands in their way, they're going to smoke them. And then also going further ahead to say, okay, how he hates Mr. Peter. Well, that's his personal opinion. And also going ahead to say that everybody who is ADC, if you're ADC, you must leave the state. These are things. Where's the Nigerian police? Nigerian police should be picking up such a person who is threatening, other people. That hasn't been done. But after that, there is a statement that came from the government. And in this statement, where Governor Monday Okwewolo said he did not, according to him, he did not threaten, Mr. Peter Obi. And there, that is where he was talking about the fact that he needed, when he comes in, he has to be informed. And they also have to take, permission from him. Let me digress a little bit. Not too long ago, we saw a scene that happened at the Lagos State, at the Lagos airport. I think that's Murtala Mohammed Airport, if I'm not mistaken. Nnamdi Azikiwe is Abuja, right? I always miss them. Yeah, at the Murtala Mohammed Airport, where Governor Adams Oshomole, Senator Adams Oshomole, was involved in some fracas that happened, airline and whatever.
Yeah.
At that moment where he caused all of that, I would like to find out, did he take permission from the or did he take permission, or did he inform the Lagos State governor that he was coming, he was going to be there, or whatever? That's by the way.
He didn't say that Lagos was different. He put
how
a
was it
disclaimer
different? How was it different? Permission is permission. If you are not saying that somebody is above the Constitution, where we have right of movement, we no longer have it, then let's have that. So you saw that where the APC government Edo APC chairman had spoken, then a statement reiterating that particular. So even if he made mistake, there's now something in black and white. And then we now had, I think, is the Commissioner of Information, if I'm not mistaken, on air, who had also claimed, and then he said that, when Peter Obi came, when they were sharing the money, it's after he left, and then there was stampede and 3 people died. Who are these 3 people that died? I would love to know who are these 3 people that died. Have Governor Monday Okwewolo gone to see these 3 people that have died? What has he done, put in place to ensure that nobody dies again? Because Edo lives do matter, even though they don't matter to him. We're being killed every day in Edo. I'm from Edo North, and he hasn't done anything about it. So what has he done, to prevent this? And then where the commissioner would say that they gave cash, they think. So, when you're projecting what you do on other people, Mr. Peter Obi doesn't go around giving cash. He gives check. So there was no sharing of money. It's not the usual kind of thing that they do in their place that was done. It's check given to the school authority. And by the way, there was a statement that, Governor Adams Oshomole, now Senator Adams Oshomole, had made, where he said that the school is a government school. I think that is not factual, if I'm not mistaken. It's a Catholic school. And so these are the things, in a bid to be in a hurry to come and defend something you shouldn't be defending, all manner of things, even to allow a statement in was quite very difficult. Right. And for me, I think at this stage, Senator Adams Oshomole should not turn himself, should stop the clean-up job and just focus, on governance.
Well, we've got about 30 seconds left, sadly. But let's just turn very briefly to the politics of 2027. How do you see it unfolding? And where do you stand? Are you still a Peter Obi sort of
Absolutely.
supporter?
Absolutely. I'm a Peter Obi supporter. Look, if there's going to be one person remain in Nigeria who is going to be Peter Obi supporter, Aisha Yusufu will be that person by the grace of God. And so we go again in 2027. And I love, so one of the things, earlier when you were speaking to the spokesperson of ADC, when they had said, the ADC is having this, so there are so many candidates and all of that, they said the coalition was not going to happen. The same APC that is so worried about what's happening in ADC, whether they have a lot of candidates or not, they had said the coalition was not going to happen, and the coalition has happened.
So if
and
Peter
it will keep going.
If Peter Obi goes back to the PDP, you'll follow him, you'll support him still there. You wouldn't have any issues with him returning to that party.
So in 2023, you understand, is the PDP that is now looking for Mr. Peter Obi. Yeah. Mr. Peter Obi is well in the coalition. He is in the coalition. In 2023, I think I did a tweet, and I said then that even if Mr. Peter Obi goes to PDP, that I would support him. I know there were a lot of people who had that issue. In 2021, I had called on, PDP to put the best person forward. And I mentioned Mr. Peter Obi's name. Two names were Mr. Peter Obi and then Mr. Frank Weke Jr. That was in 2021. And I put a lot of series of what they needed to do to be able to, revamp their party and ensure that it's kitted to give Nigeria good governance. But at the end of the day, I think Nigerians are ready, and it's possible. That's the word I will end with.
Okay. On that note, I want to thank you very much indeed. Great to see you again, Aisha Yusuf.
All right. How are they, my people? We go again. We are it again. We are here. Come inside. Come in with your Zobo drink. If you are now, you dey shine. This your scarf. Bless you dash me some more. When you say they see all this your scarves back, and we know they hear you. You're on mute.
Made by Timo.
Oh, Timo. Oh my God, they're lovely scarves. Yeah. How far? What you get to talk? I know so you get what you want to float from your
Nothing,
chest.
honestly. I'm nothing really much. I mean, Nigeria matter. Sometimes it could even tire yourself,
No, but you know what's I like? The interview that I played earlier, the ADC spokesperson. I really like the way he responded to the questions that were asked. When they were asking him, so is Peter Obi out of the coalition? Is he going to PDP? All those questions, round and round about questions they normally ask. The man said Peter Obi is in the coalition. So I mean, and I think they were trying to get answers from him as to who's going to lead the coalition and all of that. I'm very happy he did not respond. I like the fact that the ADC, Peter Obi, all of them, nobody said this is what. Yes, let everybody be doing solving hard maths. Let them be doing mathematics, science, physics, and trying to figure out what is what. I am very happy about this confusion, honestly, because I really don't want them to know what Peter Obi is up to. I really don't want them to know what anybody in the opposition is trying to do, to be quite honest with you, because APC is such a dangerous party. Look at the trajectory Nigeria is on right now. It's falling backwards so fast. It's not even funny. Where did I get my title from? Let me read where I got my title from. This is from the US mission. Of course, now no say this government, they always like to pay attention to wetin Oyibo people dey talk. They affect them one kind. So let me read what they had to say here. Nigerian ruling class, that's what the US mission said. It said, while Nigerians are urged to endure economic hardship like labor pain, some governors are splurging billions on new government houses. Budget NG warns that instead of funding schools, clinics, or agriculture, leaders prioritize buildings they barely use. Sislak Nigeria adds, there is more money, little accountability, and no priority. Such alleged lack of fiscal responsibility fuels inequality and erodes public trust. This is what the US mission calls Transparency Tuesday. The African report, Nigeria's ruling class splashes billions on government houses while the people suffer. I am very, very happy, because not only when Oyibo talk, now your government, they even raise up, they shame, they try to do something. Not that I expect anything from them. I don't. That's the truth. I really don't expect anything from them at all. But I like the fact that these people are taking notes. And by the way, did you guys hear that Alino Faso's, I don't know who Alino is. They say one Alino Faso by in Ivorian custody, he don spark accusation of murder, foreign meddling, and French-backed plan to destabilize West Africa. France is not giving up. France is not giving up. They are looking for ways to get back into Burkina Faso and the other AES country by all means necessary. Omo, now we not go gree for them. Now we what? Now we no go agree for them because these people, they are out. They are out to bring Africa to its knees. Now we no go agree for them. Not only if we agree for them, then they will get away with this crap when they try to do. I think I show now some videos.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the truth of the matter is that Africans, we have wisen up since the invasion of Libya.
Yeah.
You see what happened in Libya? It's not going to happen again. It's going to be very difficult. I know French people, they are doing everything possible to take over Burkina Faso, the Sahel states. But it's going to be very difficult for them because people will come out. So that's another reason why they haven't invaded, these countries. And also, they've tried to buy the military, what do they call them? Anyway, whatever they are called. Mm-hmm. They've tried to buy them so many times and they were unsuccessful. So it's like they've taken away their milk from them. They're going to try, but they're going to fail because people are not going to let them. So people are more awake. People are talking and people are watching. In reference to what you said about the American government statement, this has been ongoing. Why are they talking about it now? This is something that's been going on for a long time. So what's up?
Because the citizens are awake, just like you.
Exactly.
Like that's why they are. So that may not be like say they not talk. You understand? May they won't act like they are on the side of the people. We know how they are paying.
But what are they talking about, my sister? The money, when they loot the money, where do they keep the money? It's in Europe and America. So what are they talking about? If they truly love Nigeria, they need to, all those money that was looted or that were looted and kept in America here, they should refund, bring the whole money back. Don't give it to the government and use it to, develop or build infrastructure. So let them not come and try to, as if we are stupid. Don't we know before? Don't we know before? We know all these things. It's just that people are afraid to speak up. And like I said yesterday, until we are ready to march to that Aso Rock, until we are ready. Today, Tinubu's wife gave 1 billion. This is somebody that said that she didn't have money.
Exactly. Where did the 1 billion come from?
1 billion. Where did she get the money from? What's the business with the office of the first lady? I've never heard any of the first lady of any of the developed country come out and say they're giving out money. It's only in African countries.
I'm telling you.
So what is she talking about? I don't know. These people, they've taken us for a ride for a long time. And they think we are stupid.
Yep.
No, we're not stupid. Until people rise up, until they are ready to take back their country, they will continue to do this foolish stuff they're doing. Look at Rivers. Anybody can wake up and say anything. Look at Wike. Somebody ask you a question. Can somebody tell him what job has Wike ever done since he came out of law school? What job or what business? No job, no business. Other than political looting the government's money.
Yep.
Living a lavish lifestyle.
Yep.
Including your children. Like Aisha said, we are here fighting each other. They are there marrying each other.
Exactly.
Huh?
I'm telling you.
Tomorrow you hear that Wike's son, we gonna marry somebody's daughter. Of course, he's not gonna marry from a poor family. Or it's not possible. So it will be, rich man talk to rich man.
Exactly.
That's how it's gonna continue until we rise up and speak up against this injustice. Natasha's case, if I tell you I'm not disappointed and so disgusting with what they did to this woman or they're doing to her. Again, like I said, none of the men, nobody supported this woman. All of them, they stood against her. And guess what? She's winning. Yep. I'm a little bit upset and disappointed with Rufai Hussaini. Rufai keeps saying that the only time he's going to say something against Natasha is if she doesn't produce evidence. And Rufai, let me tell you something. Even if Natasha doesn't have evidence, when I was sexually harassed when I was in University of Nigeria, Enugu campus, there was no evidence.
Exactly.
But that doesn't mean that it did not happen. Who goes around carrying camera, waiting for sexual harassment?
Somebody to touch your butt
before you take a picture. So what are you talking about? I don't even understand that. Because somebody doesn't have, let's assume that she doesn't have evidence, does not mean that it did not happen.
You know, most of this, let me just say this, most of these Nigerian folks, right, they are very uneducated. They don't understand what it means to be sexually harassed. There's no training for them. They have no idea. That's why you see a grown man. When you go see a young girl for office, they pass, you go one hit them for ass, for backside, or you go to hold them in a very questionable way, because they do not, and instead of them to say, you know, what's this, all this thing about? Because they are not women, they're not suffering it, they cannot empathize. That is why Rufai Oseni can say the crap that he's saying. So if as he dey now, he be man, make another man, your guy for office come they play with him bola. I want to explain that to the public. That's how you explain it to people like that. You hit it at bam. If somebody comes now, you're in the office, your guy Obiagbena, he call you, say come inside the office. You can't they touch your bola. How you want, which evidence? You carry camera enter there. Go ahead.
Let me tell you something. And again, I spoke up about this on Dr. Damage's show, about this Natasha case, and I used myself as an example, and told the story of the experience I went through in the hands of one of the lecturers, right? Mm-hmm. So I think apparently one of the, or maybe two of the students, my classmates, I don't remember them, because they have an old school, WhatsApp group. I am not part of it.
Yeah.
And the person saw that and started threatening me. Remove that video. I said, if you ever say that is the tea that will fire you. In fact, it will fire you, fire your mama, fire your papa, I was so mad. I said, will you get the F out of my, are you okay? Are you okay? I said, are you not one of the people? This is the same idiot and the same coward. I said, please follow me and go beg this man. He's from your place. And I said, he's from your place. I said, I came to you and I begged you. I pleaded with you. I cried. Because both of you are from the same place. I spoke to you. There was a time you sent me a picture of this man. I told you, stop sending me a picture of this man. It's a trigger to me. And guess what this idiot told me? Oh, something that happened all the way in the university. Can you imagine?
Are you see? Yeah, because they no empathy. That's the problem.
Can you imagine?
They don't have any empathy.
Oh, I cursed the hell out of. I've never been so angry. I was so mad. I gave it to him. And after that, I blocked him.
Good.
I blocked him.
Good.
So a couple of people reached out to me from that group, our classmates, they reached out to me, trying to encourage me. And, they talked about their own experiences and all that stuff. And were like, if you are not alone in this is what this person did to me. This is what this instructor did to me. Yada, 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 yada. I said, because I spoke, I said, these people, are they okay? In this era? The thing is that informer they know before that used to be quiet. I said they should go get out before I, publicly disgrace them. So what I'm trying to say is that these men, they don't understand the implication of what women are going through every day.
They don't.
You're telling me to go take the video, take that video. The kind cost why I give this man,
All they know how to do is silence. They just that's what they're trying to do to Natasha. Natasha is that fish that will not go down. You use the bow, will not go down.
Do I look stupid? I said, are you okay?
That's what they do.
I said, are you even okay? I said, send me one more test and you will see. I just block him, both of them. So this is everyday thing. It happens every day. To some people, it's okay.
Yeah.
But to some people, it's not okay. So when you speak up and somebody like Itagiwa and the other woman came out so disappointed, I thought they have some sense in them. But for me to listen to them, to spill out the nonsense that they did, oh, my boy, I was highly disappointed.
But those women were born in a generation where
it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Your children can be a victim tomorrow.
For those kinds of women, we tell them,
it doesn't matter.
And they tell you, say those women will silence their children. If their children come and meet them and say, hey, mommy, this is what, that's the kind of mindset those are the kind of mindsets that those types of women have. They are used to the silencing culture.
Remember that time I was silenced, right? I was silenced. But now I cannot be silenced.
But look at it. Compare those women that you just mentioned now, the Itagiwa, was she not a senator before?
Then
assuming maybe she did not know then, like maybe she was used to that lifestyle. Over the years, you would have expected that she would have developed herself, be informed about these things, and then be able to take a hard stand. What happened?
Okay, why not shut up your mouth if you don't want to comment? Just
that's the problem. They paid. All these people are under. They have people that they need to please, so they'll come and fight for their whatever male counterpart.
At this age, at this time. And I'm still surprised. When I read some people's comment, she should bring the evidence. Okay, I'm on behalf of Natasha. She doesn't have evidence. Does that mean that it did not happen? If you had listened to this man's body language at initial time when this woman spoke up, you can see the guilt. What he's doing now, he continuously proved to people, yes, that he did it. This is not, if you are innocent, this is not how you win a case or fight allegation. But he continuously wants to suppress this woman, to silence her. You're indirectly telling us this, that you did it. Yes, I even though she hasn't present, but I believe that he did it. Yes, she did. With all due respect, if I were Akpabio, this case would have been a done deal. I can call Natasha and her husband and we have a conversation behind closed door and this case will be over. But now they've rearrested Obinna. Why? For the second time. Yeah? The man that exposed them with Sandra Duru. They've rearrested him again. For what? Because he spoke up. The IG of police, I'm not even talking about it. And all these things are going on. I haven't heard Tinubu made a comment about this. Say something. Huh? It's just this woman fighting her fight just by herself.
Do you expect Tinubu to say anything? I don't understand.
And you're telling me now, our Papa be this. So you saw his daughter. I don't know if you saw that video of his daughter, showing off his whatever she's wearing, all her designers wear, her shoes.
That's in small Peking.
Yeah.
Our car passed the video.
Tell us, auntie, sister, tell me your job. Tell us the job.
That is the president. What are you talking about?
Okay.
You came into the back door.
You are living off of people's this thing. Welfare, people's money to support
and blood. Some people are paid and can't come back. They are spending their money.
All of you are outside the country. So my thing, I hate when people say, "May God judge." God is not gonna. You have to fight for it.
Yes,
that's why I hate to say, "God do this." No, the God is not gonna do anything. Go and fight for it.
Absolutely.
God is not going to do anything. And after all these things, the one that pay me more, they will start singing Christian song. That will pain me the most.
You don't see Wicked they dance when I give a PhD. The man scatter dance for church. I just say laugh.
You see, that does not make you a doctor. It doesn't make you a doctor. Anybody can get that honorary degree. Anybody can get it. That does not. Am I going to call you Dr. Wike? Are you a doctor? No, you're not a doctor. They just confer that on you. You're not a doctor. I'm not even looking at that nonsense. So, when you want to do things right, do it right. Let us stop all this nonsense. You're constantly stealing from the citizens. 30-something billion used to renovate IC. The coastal highway. How many billions for how many kilometers? Billions or trillion for how many kilometers? Now you're borrowing money again. All this borrow money. I cannot tell you that this is one thing I can tell you that they have used with all the money that they have borrowed. Who's going to pay all this money?
Borrow,
I don't have no problem borrowing, but what are you doing so far? Let us see the investment. Nobody's seeing that. Somebody will be happy. We're having electricity and at least 10 hours. I say, these people, are you people okay? Where people are talking about in 21st or 22nd century, people are talking about constant power, 24 hours, 7 days a week. And you have power for 10 hours. And your power energy minister is about to contest for governorship election. I think he's
Ibadan,
State.
Or your state.
You're telling me band A, band A. Are you in band A or Omo in California?
My sister, I don't know. I know
Which
get band for my electricity bill.
I've never heard. Look at my power bill. I never see anything that say band A and band B and band C. Okay, all of us will use the same electricity. So band C, they pay. I mean, I don't even understand how these people go to sleep every day. No conscience.
My sister, thank you. Let's go to stay humble. Let's stay humble because he was
My
here.
brother, good evening, I beg.
Good evening, stay humble. Welcome.
Yeah. Yeah, good morning from
Okay, morning to you. Yeah.
No, I'm not in the United States. Yeah, I've not reached that level.
No, we don't need to be in the United States. There are things that are common. My brother, we are talking about basic amenities for 60-something years. A country where you don't have constant power. Okay, my brother, sorry. Let me tell you something. You know one thing I like about my Nigerian people? Let's say we have constant power, good roads, security. We will not be here talking about all these things. You will attract investors to come and invest, left and right. People will not be escaping the way they are escaping now. In the 21st century, you're talking about band A and band B. Sorry, my brother, I rest my case. I better make you no verse.
Yeah, yeah, it's just what it is, really, because we are all concerned about what's going on in Nigeria. And the reason why we are here and maybe not sleeping is because of these issues. Yeah, but I'll speak to some of the recent developments. I watched part of the interview with Bolaji Abdullahi, and I think I just some tidbits from Aisha Yusufu's interview. Really, in fact, each time I see Bolaji Abdullahi, it reminds me of the tragedy in called Nigeria. To be honest, Bolaji Abdullahi is a very brilliant man, and there are so many of them. Even people that worked for Tinubu in the past, and yeah, I know that in future he will still go back to Tinubu anyway. So he's one of those intelligent guys that have been reduced to rebels. Because of the politics in Nigeria. If not for all the shenanigans going on, someone like that will be in one industry or the other, being productive. And now he's been reduced to spokesperson. This guy was sports minister and he was excellent. Really sport, somehow knowledgeable in sports and follow football quite well. Yeah, so I know when he was there as sports minister. So yesterday, was it yesterday? This guy was on Arise TV, Alim the Sheriff, the former.
Your connection, though. Stay
Three.
humble. Keep losing you.
Yeah,
but you're clear now.
sorry.
Yeah, you keep
Okay.
losing. You stay where we heard you is Alimodu Sharif. That's it. We don't lose you again, no.
I think, he became governor for 2 terms, and then later he was succeeded by Kashim Shettima. Then at some point when he left the APC,
Stay humble. Your connection, it keeps cutting out. I don't know. Maybe you want to go fix it and then come back.
they made.
You keep cutting out.
So there was a very, very big fight then.
Stay humble.
Sir?
So you keep cutting out. We can't hear you at all. So maybe you want to come out and then come back in. Maybe that would fix the connection issue.
Okay.
Yeah, it keeps cutting. We're not. Yeah. Let me play this video in the meantime. No, now watch Governor Amuneke, they run for election. I bet he needs support.
Which tax are you going to file for removing a notice off a car? 500,000 Kenya shillings. Are you living in utopia?
They wrote and they said, I stole 720 billion.
Are you living in mass? Are you crazy?
We want to see the governor. Yes. We want to see the governor. Of course. Right now. We are the committee for community development projects. Yes. And the governor said that once the allocation arrives, we should come. Yes. And we are sure we saw with our own eyes. Yes. That the federal government has sent the allocation. That's why we are here. Go and call the governor right now. We want to see him. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Not saying this is not enough. My people. We are there because when everybody is talking, nobody is talking. Please, can you delegate one person to have a word with the governor? Let's talk and rub mind. Well, please go and speak for us. Please talk to him. I know the cry of my people. It touches me too. I will go there, talk with him, and I will not compromise. I will come out with a good result. What is it with the noise, Mr. Governor? Our people are suffering. No water, no health care, and teachers are being owed. Okay. What is this? That's your own share. Please, control the noise. Find a way to discharge them. Over my day. I can't do that. You expect me to take this money? Never! What will my people drink as water? Which healthcare will they go to? Would this solve the problem? Well, if you don't want it, so be it. We cannot take it again. Oh, so what's the update? This governor is actually working. He's actually working. The load on him is too much.
Jesus Christ!
He has the interest of the people at heart.
What's going on here?
When I heard what he explained to me, when I heard his own plight, oh God, I have to give him some money from my own pocket.
But we saw the loss of money from the Ghana must go, from the brilliant van into his house.
Oh, that Ghana must go. The first place I went to was in that Ghana must go because that was my target. I thought it was money myself. I opened it myself to see what was inside. You know what was inside? Prayer points. God, our petitions from people. People's problem. They were writing it as prayer points. That governor is suffering inside though. That man is suffering. That man is suffering. We need to contribute money and give to him. I'm sure the one I gave to him will not be enough. Let's just go. We're already connected to him. We'll come back.
Corruption is not bad. Corruption is only bad if I'm not involved. But if I'm part of that corruption, I defend it.
Hey, stay humble. Welcome back. I hope your connection is better now. Go ahead.
Okay, so during that interview, he said a few things which are really topical. One, when the issue of Peter Obi came up, he mentioned that Peter Obi was on the verge of agreeing with the PDP to return to the party and run as presidential candidate. That's one. And then that was
Who
just
said that? Who said that? You've lost us. So you know you were cutting out so much. Who said that Peter Obi was on the verge of going to pick? Can you recap what you were saying before because you kept cutting out?
Okay, so it was the former governor of Borno State, Ali Modu Sharif. You know him, don't you?
Okay. No,
yeah,
I don't.
So he was on. So the rumor that Peter Obi will join PDP emanated from that interview.
Okay. Oh, I see.
Yes. So it was that
Is it
interview.
the one that
So
was in channels? It was
no, on prime time with
No.
Charles and Nyagolo.
They are trying to woo him. They
Yes.
are trying to woo Peter
So
back to PDP.
I'm sorry. It was channels. Sorry. It's not prime time. It was
channel with Sheung, right?
Sheyi Okimbaloye. Sorry.
Okay. I was going
So
to play that video, but go ahead. Yeah.
So it was during the interview that the issue of Peter Obi came up because he was describing Bola Tinubu in superlative terms, and when he was asked what his party will show to the Nigerian people as their achievements, he said that we should give them one more year. That by the end of 2026, when campaign starts, they will have something to show. Very laughable. So there are so many incoherencies in what he said. He said something like, "Oh, that the reason why Peter Obi won in Lagos was because there are more Igbo people in Lagos than on other tribe," which I don't think is true. Yeah, I know that we have a lot of Igbo people in Lagos, but I don't think that they are overwhelmingly more than all the other tribes in Lagos. Yeah, I don't think it's factual.
It will show you, stay humble. Sorry for cutting you off. That more Yoruba even voted for Peter Obi than the Igbos.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It will shock you.
And
absolutely. That's what happened in Lagos now. They voted more.
They voted
in
more.
Almost all the Western states. It was Peter Obi that won.
Yeah. Look, you know
the heavy rigging.
Yeah, even with the heavy, they're trying to cover up because, they can't even hide their face in shame. How can you say that a state where you were governor for 8 years and you built that state, so you said, you didn't win election in that state? What does that tell you? In fact, even if that's the only state he did not win, that's enough to make me believe that election was rigged. You didn't win Lagos. You didn't win Abuja. Which states did you win?
Exactly. So the man said that it was because of the overwhelming Igbo population in Lagos. That was why Peter Obi won, which was nonsensical. And since he said that, nobody has come to dispute that population issue because it was a Kanuri man that said it. If it was someone else that said it, the internet would have, we would have closed shop by now.
I might differ a little bit. I think it's not everything somebody said that you just, because people will look at him and be like, what is this idiot? This one is talking like somebody who is drunk. Yeah. Just because, anyway.
Yeah, but this Nigeria.
Yeah,
there was someone.
You actually have a good point. Not be every dog went back that they throw stones.
It's a dumb statement.
Yeah, it's a very dumb, because how can you say that the population of the Igbo people that came, how many people live in Lagos? Everybody literally from Nigeria lives in Lagos.
Yeah, so, but Nigeria, the way Nigeria has been, if it was not a Kanuri man that said that, by now, what would have happened?
I don't think so. I might disagree with you, but of course, that's your opinion.
I don't think that they would have. I don't think that it was worth responding to, because it's like it was petty. It's a very petty comment that was made, and who wants to be bothered by petty comments?
Exactly.
Already,
how many statements will you respond?
Yeah. The APC is trying to build, they're trying to destabilize, they have so many things on their hands, right? And the coalition, they are focused on the coalition being successful because they know that the APC is looking for ways. It's not everything that you respond to. I actually do agree with if
okay.
Yeah, it's not everything. Because if they spend too much time responding to that, what's going to happen, which is and I think we need to be very careful too. Election is coming. These people are looking for every opportunity to weaponize bigotry to a higher level. So they are going to be dropping little things along the way. We cannot be reacting to it. We cannot, anytime, see, let me tell you, I've seen videos today that I wanted to play, but I stopped myself. I'm like, no, I'm not going to breathe more into this than it already is. Because already Nigeria is going through so much. Look at the hate among us. It's too much. So if I come here and I start playing it, we're going to get in our emotions, and it's going to distract us from focusing on unearthing that gargoyle from his seat. That is the plan. That is the plot. We need to be razor focused on ensuring that whatever the coalition brings, right, at the end of the day, you and I know who our preferred candidate is. We must be ready to make sure that man sitting there is unearthed, like an archaeologist. We must do the work of an archaeologist in this regard. Do you understand? So that's why I think that we should not spend too much time, in as much as, yes, the guy Dr. CM.
What is this screaming?
Look at you. You're excited. Welcome. Thank you for gracing us with this your face. You know, I'm telling you, long time. Welcome. Go ahead.
Regarding that.
Now welcome, I go chop. Man, I do fundraising for me. Tinubu say na statistics we go chop. Now welcome, I go chop. I beg.
Finish up, my brother. Make me laugh. I beg.
So regarding that, that purported near agreement with PDP for him to be, I don't think that is very imminent, really, because he probably has been meeting with a lot of parties, I think, given the chronic instability in the Labour Party. And with this ADC now, you can see their body language and everything that is is screaming Atiku. So I am what Modu Sharif said, because of the inconsistencies in the rest of his statements during that interview, you want to take that with a pinch of salt, really. But since then, the rumors are...
What inconsistency? Can you point to the inconsistency? Hey, stay humble. This your network. They do Awilo Logomba. They dance Awilo. We know they hear you again.
I don't know what's happening.
They dance Makosa. What did they happen?
Stay humble. Now, which country you there? No, you get the message. Why? No, it's not because of your network. I just ask another.
With my network, but okay. Yeah, if I can go ahead, CM.
No, I say which country you there? Nah, let me just my country they ask. No be. Which country you there?
Network don't dance come out Makosa. Don't dance and come out again.
I was asking which country.
Yeah,
I'm
using Libera.
Which country are you in?
Here. Yeah, see, I don't want us to dwell on that. Honestly, we have big fish to fry. That is what, anytime, let me tell you, anytime these people go to Channels News and sit down with Sheyi, every time I brought, Sheun, his interviews, it's always tainted with bigotry. He's always coming up with questions about Igbo. Do you really want us to be doing that every time? We know what's going on. You and I know. We understand, right? We understand what's going on, but we're not going to keep responding to people who intentionally want to put that wedge between us. 2027 is coming up again, right? Now they know that they know that the bigotry is the only thing they have because they don't have anything to show for it. So they have now decided they're going to weaponize it and take it even higher. So we should not allow ourselves fall for it. That's all I'm saying. If anybody comes, every time I bring Sheun's videos here, he's always tilting towards asking bigoted questions. Have we not noticed that? So why should I pay Sheun attention, pay him any mind bringing that up? When we have big fish to fry in Nigeria, 7 farmers, they just buy 7 farmers today as we dey talk for Ondo State or Ogun State. You know how many farmers we've lost in Nigeria? I just want us to remain focused. This is not 2023, and the work we have now is bigger than what we had in 2023. It's 100 times bigger now. Now that one, now we need to put head now, they discuss. Let me come to Dr. Sia. Hey, see Mr. Rudolph, don't come, Dr. Damages. Dr. Damages, it's so rare to see you very relaxed, casually dressed, and everything like regular people like us. Thank you for praising us. Okay, Dr. CM, you want me to make Dr. Damages go first? Or you want to talk, whichever one.
No, make it damage the team first before I talk.
Who are we to
make it damage?
Go ahead. I just came in. I wanted to know what's going on.
Papu Doka, now you be this. I could barely recognize you.
It was actually Ify that made me come in. I just looked. I said, if he's here, let me come and hear.
Liar. Papu Doka, the liar.
No, I'm not lying. No, you were talking when I came in. I said, let me hear what you're saying. Yeah.
Oh. I didn't even know.
Okay, you know the pattern this bigotry is taking, to me, let me just say, I mean, they should have do it in a civilized way. Imagine Charlie Boy. What in Charlie Boy bus stop get to do? Charlie Boy of all people. Area father. Charlie Boy of all people. Now what? You know, Charlie Boy go release one line for them. He go enter studio. Don't worry. You go hear him. You see, but the thing is, you see, there are things that something is getting out of hand ever since this is becoming a very big shame. Charlie Boy bus stop, because I've been in Lagos since maybe in the 80s. I knew when out because I passed through Bagada. I've been there. What happened was the guy, because he has this special motorcycle, instead of him to park it inside, normally park it outside. That's the way he hang it there as if it's for sale. Then to attract public attention, he go put an American flag, though he lived in the United States, put I think is it German, Nigeria, and the Brit UK flag. So sort of, you know, when you are passing there, it's just like a mini embassy. People started recognizing it. I didn't know that Charlie Boy, because this Bolus Enterprises, one motorcycle assembly plant like that in around Sangota, Honda area, or for if people go know. So Charlie Boy, because of the way he's in love with motorcycle, so they contracted him to be advertising, doing advert for them. Part of the deal now to give an Okada. So from there, Charlie Boy now begin saying no be only him go drive. A carry and they give local people from that area. I knew about it because I interviewed him one of the Charlie Boy show. He said no, people they write and make the contact Okada. He said if you verify your address, you are not living some meters from his house or that kind of thing. He said he no go give you. He say in the strict. In one user make it be saying that area people will believe in area. That's why they started calling him area father. So now the guy from there to sponsor people to university. At least I know of one Yoruba chap. He was a vendor in Abuja. Charlie Boy said anytime he's passing, now in they supply him pepper. Until one day I call him, say, oh boy, now this thing you go do forever. He say me now just because I can't get work, but I can have to keep body and soul together. Charlie Boy invited him to his house. From there, after eating, he started asking him, he said, don't you want to study again? He said, I can study, but if I see means. Do you know where this person ended up? A university in Scotland, UK, master's degree. I didn't know until the day the guy was graduating, they did a party. Charlie Boy showed it. So he started talking about it. He said there are many like that. Now, because of that Charlie Boy bus stop, why they call it Charlie Boy bus stop? It's not officially recognized bus stop. Now, because Charlie Boy lived there, so people felt that instead of stopping at the designated bus stop, which may be far, and then two bus stops, not in between them, is Charlie Boy. They said, why can't we use here as a... And the people, it's not like people's power. And they have to go and say, this is Charlie Boy bus stop. So that type of thing again is what they are going to go and remove. If you go to Ajegule, because Ajegule is mainly is a ghetto sort of, but is multi-ethnic. All the Igbo streets there, because that was the way the Igbo settled after the Civil War. When they came back to Lagos, Yaba is out of reach now. Ebute Meta, all those old Lagos, unless you elect Ekueme them, that you can regain your house back and then live in Ikeja, Apapa GRA or Victoria Island. So Ndi Igbo, all of them ended up in Ajegule, most people, to start to pick their life on. So most of those places are swampy. If you be able to do it, you call the local council, you pay, they said, okay, name the street. That's how you get to know all this type of thing. Now they've changed it. Anything Igbo, they have to change it to Yoruba. But I look at this thing, because I live there, I start to wonder, I said, what really are these people up to? Is it what is the problem that you changed a city like Lagos, you want everywhere to be Yoruba street? Don't they know that the idea that there are different, different names of streets in a city means that it's a melting pot, that those people contributed, and it's a welcoming, that is to show that it's not one type of a rural area, and that is what they want. You see, just reasoning like communists, they don't want to be, So when I look at it, I shook my head because of Tinubu coming to power. Jakonde was governor of Lagos State. This type of thing never happened. What is the Mudashiru? Because I've been in Lagos, all the people coming, $10, most of them, things were moving. You wouldn't even know. Go to Agoda, back where the area you see two-story, three-story building is like Onisha. That is the Onisha of Lagos, Agoda. Agodorile, the landlords there are mainly first.
Even Surulere, some part of Surulere.
These are people that so everywhere. So though they are changing the names, changing it to different things. You don't want them, but they are paying tax. You see, this bigotry. Sometimes I can excuse bigotry if it's a little bit scientific, a little bit sophisticated. But when it becomes so pedestrian like this, and then so very, very illiterate in execution, it becomes something else. And you start to associate. Can you associate this with Yoruba people, the people that have started free? They started free education 1952, which means they are the forerunner. They know what education should do in a man's life. And now somebody is reversing to go and tell them, now this is what we want. It must bear this name. Okay, if after bearing this name, what if the people of Imo State decide to say they now go and look for the tap for the oil and for the gas and lock it up? Oguta area say no, this thing cannot go down to Lagos. It should remain here. What are you going to do? By the way, Lagos was built with oil money. It's as simple as that. So what are we talking about? See, there should be a limit to something like this. People should sort of think, if really we are to want to do it that way, and you're expecting people, the resources for which you used to develop Lagos is coming from outside. What if the people of Niger Delta now will take to the streets, said, unless all the oil companies relocate to their headquarters to the Niger Delta, nothing will work. Of course, places like Chevron Estate in Bagada will be a ghost town, because that is where they pay tax to feed Lagos, and then you are bringing this type of bigotry. In fact, when I look at this now, I just shake my head. I said, so this is the level we've gotten into. It's a terrible shame, to be honest with you. It's not even hidden. You are changing. What is Charlie Boy bus stop? Charlie Boy bus stop. Charlie Boy is a citizen of the world. It's every part of Nigeria. It takes on every cause. If you na go on strike, he support you. You go follow on a demonstrate. If you na do that time in Lagos, now carry Okada people, they follow him everywhere in Lagos, not knowing that he bought it for them. He gave it to them free of charge. Most people, more than 2,500, like he said, and now they are talking of here can't be known as Charlie Boy, want to erase the image of Charlie Boy, or the what would that do to Lagos state government? It's a shame, really. So I don't know, but maybe all these things, people are still saying that one way or the other, Tinubu has a hand in it. You know, when you don't know what to do in government, you start to stoke up sentiment, ethnic sentiment. If you know what to do, you wouldn't have time for all this type of thing. Sanwo-Olu in Lagos must dance to his tune. Otherwise, he will take him out, or maybe they give him put one allegation on him and then start to probe him or whatever. But this is so bad. Lagos is not like what it used to be. What of Sulero area? It was not developed in the 60s by migrants. Let me just put it that way. Not only in the everywhere. Then you want to go and change all the street. You want to change this. You want to change that. Meanwhile, Tinubu came and changed the Port Harcourt International Airport. He says it's Obafemi Awolowo Airport. Haven't you people heard about it?
What about IBB, the ICC center?
Yeah, yes. In Abuja. No. Port Harcourt Airport. He said it should be called Obafemi Awolowo Airport. When Awolowo has nothing to do with Eastern region.
Yeah, remember.
Yes. That was he said Ibadan Airport should be Akintola, Ladoka Akintola Airport, Ibadan. Then Tinubu went and put his name, Mina, in Niger State, should be called Bola Tinubu International. I mean, all these things, but you are putting your name somewhere else. But somebody, Charlie Boy, can't have his name in Lagos. Does it make sense? Does it make sense?
Sam, I don't know if you saw the video. The thing is that it's not even going to be possible. So somebody showed a video of where, he was in a bus and they said, oh, what do you call this? What do you call this bus stop? He said, Charlie Boy bus stop. The conductor not even said. The conductor might not even know that they change it. Look, I call all these things distraction, honestly. They're trying to distract Nigerians from us talking about what is happening in Nigeria. There are bigger fish to fry. This should be the list of the problem. And this has been an ongoing stuff, honestly, just because they came out now and make it so obvious, for people to see it. Just like the governor that told you that the reason why P2B won in Lagos is because Igbos overwhelmingly voted for him, which is not true. All these things are just propaganda.
It's not true. Yorubas are tired of Tinubu. Yoruba people mainly, I heard some of them saying it. They're not going to serve waiting forever. Even Awolowo, they didn't serve Awolowo this length of time before they started changing Akintola. Yeah, Tinubu was just a paste, a burden on the people of Lagos. And again, he's incompetent. While Awolowo was showing them the light, free education, this and this, showing them the light. Tinubu didn't go to school, so it was kind of that man self. So if that Charlie Boy bus stop, do you know they have to hire a DJ to put a DJ there to be announcing it? Hey,
yeah.
Look at this now. Say, yeah. If this thing were happening in Sharia area of the north, he said they no go school. How can people be doing this?
It cannot be. It cannot even happen.
You go to Radio Lagos now and they announce it in the radio station. That is better than going to put a DJ on the Charlie. But tell them say here and a chat then announce them. It's a shame. And this is what Lagos has become.
The reason why they brought that DJ, and this is why to what Ify just said, it's all an agenda. It's intentional. You see the intentionality in it. They had to bring a DJ, televise it, put it on. Think about it. Just an ordinary bus stop somewhere inside Lagos. They had to hire a DJ to come and sing, to tell the people name has changed. No, think about it. That's to tell you it's intentional. They want you. They want those feelings. They want to. Let me tell you. I have a conspiracy theory about this. This whole Igbo Yoruba hate, there is someone behind the scene that's fanning this flame and waiting in the shadows. We don't have time. Look, the people that are fanning the flames, they are the ones that are going to benefit if everything falls apart. Do you know that? Even the bigotry said, people know what they see and do. And the funny thing is that the result of this bigotry, where it go carry us enter, I'm not sure say our mind go fit carry am. This is why, for me personally, I'm saying, because I know sometimes I see some videos and it really gets me, upset. But when I think back again and I sit down, I think about it. Why is it that now, 2 years into this man's regime, he has not spent a day governing the people. He has not served. He has not done anything. But 2 years in, he's already campaigning with full force. What does that tell you? Since
He's
the
afraid.
2023 election,
He's
we have
afraid.
not rested. I can count the number of times I haven't been on live on my channel, or been in other people's channels, or on spaces on X. I can literally count it on my fingers, on my fingers and my toes. I don't even just say a reach like that. These people are deathly afraid. They are not even sure what's going to play out. They cannot pinpoint the P2B is their biggest fear. When we understand this, think about it, Dr. CM. When person they fear, say, man, if Dr. CM take this position or more, everywhere go clean, it go scrub everywhere, right? You think say they don't go push back on you? They will do everything possible. And guess what? Why
They're not
do
even refined. My thing is that, you see, that
they're not going to be refined because
if you go market, say you go carry meat, they run, they say you be thief. But you get, as you go wear suit, you just use 2 fingers deep into somebody's pocket, pick money. They say na pickpocket. Say that one a stylist. Say, this one a pickpocket. And you go wear perfume. So their own is that they are not even civilized about it. How can you be doing this type of thing in Nigeria?
CM, you are
the
talking
tribal is too obvious. It's too obvious.
They are not interested in civility. You are dealing with Agbero Stouts. You are dealing with people who claim that they went to school, but their head is in the jungle.
And you see the bad thing about this Agbero. That's why sometimes, Agbero they marry and they go born Agbero too. So that's why Agbero no go finish for Lagos, because Agbero they marry like any other person, born pikin, and then put them for line. So and then they wear uniform. According to them in Lagos, they go wear uniform, carry different types of marker. If you pay, they use maybe black to mark your car or your bus in the morning. For afternoon, if you no pay, instead they say no, afternoon a blue marker, then they use. So all these things, when you get to Lagos, when I was there the other time, I was saying, is this what Lagos has turned into? Say, nah, APC now. That is where they are making their money. So by renaming streets in Ajegule, in Sulere, in Orile, all those things, I don't see what purpose it will serve. I don't see.
Okay.
It won't change the GDP of Lagos.
That's true. So let me quickly come to Dr. Damages says he's going to come back. So if he can, let him. Dr. Damages, okay, now we'll wait for you. We not wait too long, Sha. You know why, for me personally, I decide I will pay attention to this bigotry when they go on. Because these people already get their agenda. They are going to everybody needs to be ready. They want us distracted. They want us going back and forth, arguing. Oh, this is what happened. Oh, look at think about it. See the way when Peter Obi react, even when they destroy in brother business. The thing pain am, but you see as he take handle am, because he know say these people, he know their plan. The man know wetin dey, na him know wetin dey ground when we know they see. We have to be careful not to let this whole bigotry, Charlie boy, most people have come out. The Charlie boy bust up self, not be local government change the name. Now the people,
the people say they take them because now they are in house day.
Exactly. So at the end of the day, whether they change name, they change NEPA to PACN. How many people they call them PACN?
I know. Omo.
Even so,
McLean toothpaste.
McLean. Exactly, and it's true. You understand? So whatever they are doing is to aggravate, is to poke. They are poking because they know that their loss is inevitable. If you understand that one, you go no say. It be like now when you know say, man, this game now you won't win now. then your opponent, they poke you, be like, oh, typical example. I remember Muhammad Ali when they interview him. Some of the fights when Muhammad Ali, they go fight, he say, when he go see the person when he won't fight you, somehow for him mind, in the feel, say, man, he be like, say, this person be like, say, I no go fit. But guess what Muhammad Ali does? He uses his words to break them down. He go, they use in word, they talk to them, they tell them things when go hurt them, when go get to them. Then when you continue like that, 9 words, now they bring those people down before the fight, before he punches. That is what T-Pain and his minions are doing. Me don't come understand. I know, see, this is what they tell you, so I don't understand them like that before. I don't understand them like that. Now I can't understand. Say this man, he want, because you know when you know say person pass you, they try to poke the person, they wait, make the person react. All these times when they don't poke Peter Obi, if to say he react, you say this conversation for don't change. Before now they talk all these ones now. That's because that man knows what's up.
It's true.
We need to get that man there. That should be our focus. All these ones where they throw, you know what they pain them? They cannot do anything about Peter Obi's popularity. They did not see the man come in.
The question.
This man came out, they say, oh, 4 people tweeted, I beg, it's just a distraction. He can't even win his this thing. 4 people tweeting in a room. Look at the movement today.
Not even only that, or more. Peter Obi did not win the election, they said. They said.
Bam.
Peter Obi did not come second, they said. Peter Obi came third, right?
But you see, they attack.
Why are they focusing on the person that came third?
Exactly.
Why?
They send a distant thought.
Yeah, exactly.
They every day they keep on telling us every day indirectly that this man won this election. So they are doing everything possible not to let it happen again. That is what they are doing. If not, tell me, they're supposed to be fighting Atiku. Peter Obi is not even talking. You know, Peter Obi hasn't even said anything. So the question I keep asking myself, why are you people all over this man?
Do you know what? I mean, I know some of you must have seen it. You know, there's this TV station called TVC. Every day, na Peter Obi. If we cough, in fact, now they give him advice what to do. Say what Peter Obi should do. His best bet is to be VP to Atiku, to try his law. If you see the way they are talking about it, all they do every morning till different program, Peter Obi, different program, Peter Obi. Peter Obi said he went to Edo. But he should have told Okwebolo. Okay, since Okwebolo, they will discuss it. And then another person will come. Then the man say, okay, Peter Obi the other day, he said, all he does is just to go where people die. He just go for burial, you know, he specializes in going to burial to sympathize with people. Then I shake my head. I said, why is it that up till now, Tinubu cannot give a good account of 2 years in office? He cannot
2 years in office, CM. The one that they went to UK to tell you people what of all the states in Nigeria, they couldn't find one place to hold a conference to tell us what they have achieved in 2 years.
You can never hear that Tinubu did this within 2 years. Nothing. Electricity is like you on your own. Insecurity, if you like, by yourself, nobody cares. Economy is in free fall. Exactly. Now, when you look at all this, somebody was telling me the other day, said, "See, if you like, man, they buy on yourself. Tinubu no even know. You go enter plane, they go France. You won't even see your president until, if you are lucky, you tune in TA. You go see, and when he don't climb the staircase, enter plane, you go turn wave like this, off in the go." So, okay, he went to St. Lucia. It not be 7 days, they say he goes spend for St. Lucia, a country that is less than 200,000. What
Not
is a
even the size of any state? Which state will you even stay? Even
local government, maybe Sulere local government should be more than 200,000 people now. It's even more than the population of St. Lucia. Not knowing the man go there to go and take stock of in drug deal, whether they handle and since he enters Rock, how things are From
But
there,
what
he
is he
leave.
doing with all this money? That's one thing I don't understand. What is he doing?
Sorry, Mona,
Tinubu
not
is almost
the
80 or maybe
Marine
90.
the panel. Make she talk because she feel her connection fit kick her out anytime.
Who be
Mr. Marenge talk before because say you know they argue.
he say na Mr. Morgan? I can they say she again? Which one you?
Miss Somorege, sorry.
Okay, okay. I think.
Miss Somorege, sorry.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome. How you doing now? Welcome.
I do well. I'm doing good.
That's good.
Hello, Dr. CM.
How you doing?
I'm doing well.
But CM not know who they talk to now. See us in face.
Yeah. Maybe he
At
probably
least so,
doesn't.
I did safe so far now under my corner. I did safe. No, nothing. No shaking. Yeah, I know they shaking.
Yeah. Nah, this is Ephrata Catfish Farm. Yeah.
Remember Efrata Catfish now, CM.
I think he's muted.
Let us see your face now, my sister. Please let us see claim
the beauty
He
queen.
He said it's Africa waiting. He said,
Catfish Farm.
Remember Efrata, they come Niger Watch.
Yeah.
Africa catfish.
It's possible that you don't remember.
If you not
Anyway,
remember.
yeah, it's been a while. Anyway, so this is why. Oh, my darling sis. Oh, I thought like to turn on the thing, but everywhere they dark.
No worry. If you are compromised, don't worry. We will understand. Don't worry.
So, you know, all these landmines where they plant up and down, and they are just warming up. You know, let's jokes apart. They are just warming up. You know, when I was listening to you guys talk, my mind just went straight to, you know, where they pick up this voters, is it registration card or voters card? What's it called? That card now.
PVC.
Yeah. Remember what happened last time when, for some people to even get theirs, they had to say they were going to vote for APC. That was how bad it got last time. And you and I know that a lot of people ended up not getting it. Right? So there's so many issues that we're going to have to face. And I'm thinking, how organized or how can we prepare ourselves and prepare the people? Because now they don't give us sign of what it's gonna look like, right? Now they're gonna be worse than they were 2 years ago. When did they tell Mama Chinedu? You remember when they got up at 4:30 a.m. Going from street to street saying if you know Mama Chinedu, if you know say you know go vote APC, Emma Jadio, remember? So you know, then they had less time to react and look at how far they went. Not to talk of now, when they'd already start to throw bomb already, up and down, already trying to pit the people against each other. So what I just have to say is, how we want, that is, are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready?
Yes. You see, maybe let me look at it this way. The fact that they sounded the warning so early.
Yeah.
They said to be forewarned is to be forearmed.
Yeah.
Which means they're also telling us, let me use that one. Let me say they're also telling us to prepare ahead of them. Or
exactly.
It's not like they're sending a note or they're placing us on notice.
Exactly.
Because they're not doing it secretly. Now that they're doing it in the open, like you said, yes, it's a sign of things to come. So what it means is that the rainy season started earlier. So you have to, get ready. You see, the thing about this thing is this. Once beaten, twice shy. It is true that the last time people were taken unawares. This time, because I remember somebody jokingly said, APC don't snatch, grab, run away. Now, the time of obedient to snatch, grab, and run away to balance the equation. No, I don't really think people should be afraid of anything anymore, to be honest with you, because they started it early. Rather, what people will then do is, if this is how they want to start it, start now to organize. Make sure you have your PVC. There's no all those threats. You just have it won't work. It won't work this time. To be honest, it will never work. And what they are trying to also say is to confirm what people already knew, that there is, under a free and fair election, Tinubu can never win in Lagos because he has no record to defend.
Well,
the Yoruba people living in Lagos are not happy with him. Forget about Oluomo. How many are there? Is it not Agbero on the street that are hailing him? What of career Yoruba people living all over via Ikoyi, Papa, every? Do you think they're happy with this type of Agberoic this thing? They call themselves Omoluabi, civilized urban people, educated, and then going there. How can they be associating with Agbero like this? More so when everything have been shown that the man has no certificate, he's a drug dealer, and all those things. So what is the point? People are looking for a better way. Okay, now I always tell people that those that voted for Tinubu before campaign for him and those that did not vote for Tinubu, who is better than each other?
and the same
Are they
bread would they buy for
Are they better? So
like
you
Peter
see,
Obi was
because
saying
these
then?
are the things. So if you are telling me to leave my position and come to your position, I should be able to, to conclude that where you are is better than where I am. So those that voted for Tinubu, are they not the people that started shouting a being power
Being power
when he
earlier on.
never reached 2 weeks? When
Mhm.
Tinubu don't end, he never reached 2 weeks. They don't they shout a being power, and till today, and they are increasing the tempo. So the thing is, but the thing is that they've showed their hand so early, which is also, like I said, to be forewarned is to be forearmed. So they are now telling anybody that this and this is what is going to happen. Are you telling me? Because when the remobilization go come, I mean, people will still come out and vote in Lagos. All those nonsense can't happen this time.
It will. It will, Dr.
Well,
Sim.
even if but they won't have a free hand. I'm being honest with
But
you. They
they
won't have a
will.
free hand.
But they
Dr.
will.
Sam, I think it's gonna be worse.
But Dr. Sim.
Because if you look at what happened during this APC local government election, did you see what happened?
And addendum now. That one addendum. So
I think it's gonna be worse.
It's gonna be worse. Let me tell you why it's gonna be worse, right? Now, listen. You remember, say, the first daughter, now she be a lodger. They're gonna start the intimidation from the market with the women. Remember, even last time, what happened? All of a sudden, they were now kind of like threatening the market women, right? You have to vote. Now, people they sell tomatoes, now they sell whatever. Now, the head of every unit, you must tell your members, say they must vote APC. Remember that time? They had issues like that, even in Lagos for Ikeja market.
yeah,
They were saying,
but people still voted who they wanted. I knew about that. I have people.
okay, fine.
Yeah, I think he took Tinubu unaware. Tinubu never imagined that P2B will win Lagos.
Yeah,
but
yes,
even
he
then,
did.
He took him unaware. So this time he's gonna fully get prepared.
Okay, so are you telling me now that the Agberos in Lagos, for example, and where they go, don't give them 1K and then buy beer for them? Say they no go still come out, go intimidate people. This is the things. This is where we should be looking at too, because the truth of the matter is that, like Fela described us as a people, and we still haven't changed. We dey fear.
Yeah.
Mostly in amount we get. On that day now, when they go come begin to tell people, remember that last time you be Omo Igbo, you be Omo Yoruba.
Everybody went inside.
People no come out, and the ones they roughed up a couple of people, and even some Yoruba self, they say you look like Igbo. You understand? So you can't go. You can't. Yeah. What will they talk? If we they talk like this, that means we never read you, because the average Nigerian no go come out because of intimidation and fear. So I don't know how prepared we are. But like
anyway, time will tell. But I know they themselves. No, but yeah. I still start. Last time they intimidated, but yet P2B won. I'm telling you,
see
this
what
time
happened in Edo election, governorship
vote buying.
election.
Exactly. Look at the vote buying. Where people now?
That
they give us they were selling to the highest bidder 8,000. Now 8,000 you won't pay for your own vote, whatever, to sell your vote. I've been at this. I know people caved in now. Why? Hunger they land. So when they don't pay them on their way home, they will stop by market, buy plantain, buy tomatoes, so they won't make one meal. Come on, the people are hungry. And then what makes you think it's gonna get better when they will see that instant gratification of somebody giving them a couple of thousands of naira? I don't know.
No. Well, I still let me still hold on to where I am, but it won't. Yeah, of course they will come back again, but I think this time itself because of Tinubu has performed because initially hasn't been in office. People were still sort of having a high hope about him that maybe we do something. Now 2 years down the line, they've seen that the man lacks the capacity. He has no plan.
Okay,
So
well,
so there are people that because of that believed that the man will do something. Now they've seen that he can't do anything. And the most important thing is they are not better off than they were 2 or 3 years
definitely not.
ago. So as a
Definitely not.
result,
All of them
they
pack
are,
car now. They take leg waka. I just go home now. I don't go home since
uh,
that time. I don't go home twice.
so because of
Right?
petrol. Is it because of
I
petrol?
say when I reach Lagos, because I was born and raised in Lagos. Now the idea before I come. So I know it in Lagos be like. You understand? When I heard they tell my brother say, what did they happen? People know they road again. What did they happen at public holiday? He say no. Say, he say 68% of the people don't park their personal cars. Nah, they commute, go walk. I'm like, something is just not right. I said that in Lagos. And then when I reached Bini, the same thing. It's like, what did they happen? I've been at COVID. Because I was even home during lockdown, COVID. So what am I even saying? Like, COVID wipe everybody off. Where we say, what did that crowd, that massive crowd where you see for bus stop and all that? I said, look, they commute. They enter other, working from home and other things too. So, hunger, it really did not be say, go come. You understand? But the thing though is I'm talking about, okay, see for Edo State now. Look at with what the governor said. Then remember when Very Dark Man was talking about somebody from Edo State calling to threaten him for talking about the governor, blah blah blah. Those ones not the what do they call them? Those, I don't want to call them, but those are the urchins, the street urchins. Way there for Edo. Those ones they never go anywhere. They still did there. They shout APC for there. So how these people? Okay, so look at all the things, all the limitations now. They have this one where people sell their votes. That's one issue. Then they can't get those street urchins too. When be APC boys. I don't know. It's not...
But the one of Edo because I during Edo campaign I was quite involved in it on one platform. So the thing about Edo is that sometimes when you see the gov, you think that is the people's choice. It is not. It's just that Tinubu want to because what he said. Do you want a APC? They say yes. So they have to go and do it blatantly. So all these things they are running judgment from tribunal to appeal to Supreme Court. It's just formality. Then, but the thing about Edo is that I think it's a full-blown Agberu government that is
of course
that is in charge. Do you know why? No, because when I say
and the
it's
support
not,
of the people from the high
because
places.
I have never seen. I have never. It's true. Even because the real Agberu headquarters in terms of government Lagos, the whole Nigeria. They like where say state you enter, say yes, Agberu are in charge. Then they show uniform, you see them. That why it surprised me. Me say I watched a video whereby the governor just went to Abuja now. There may be for normal monthly meeting. He came down at Benin City Airport. Usually there is a car, official car. I don't know whether it's bulletproof. It could be waiting for him, just like protocol. From nowhere, you just see one Agbero, they shout, "No mind there!
Exactly.
No mind there! No mind there!" Before na one flag, now na double flag.
Yeah.
No mind them. The governor, no mind them. They never see any. Hey, and
These are the people you are fighting for.
You see, ordinarily, the protocol of police go just wave those people away. That type of thing. But this is that they are allowed. In fact, they even accord them as part of protocol.
Of course.
Now they command the car to they come. No mind them. You go they take back the waka. No mind them. No mind. And if you look at this chart now, it go tell you say they under the influence of some substance. So no mind them. When they talk, I might say, is that what the clock? That is what the time is now. And the governor came, enter car. Before they say you don't even reach gate or somewhere near like gate, they shout, "No mind them." the governor, they talk. I know how he talk. There's one name where he give him. After he talk all those things, Akpako rescue. No mind there. Now so then gonna talk, make them come see. Now double flag now. You know, I don't get the kind of voice, but I dey mimic am. So when I look at all these things, I say, you know, those kind of people go to take salary, then go to
Of
take
course.
from the state you.
Mhm.
So you know they do them for nothing. So
No,
that
definitely
tells
not.
you, that tells you that say this is the type of thing the government tolerates. So this type of thing shouldn't have been, because it's giving a bad impression that Agberu are in charge.
But they are in charge.
So it
They
shouldn't
are
be.
in charge.
It shouldn't be. And do you know one thing? For that, what I maybe this is just like my own observation. I may be wrong. I understand that because Okpebolo, the forces were put on now, one from the north, which is Oshomole, one from the south, which is Ize. I never hear Ize talk. Maybe that guy just there quiet. No only Oshomole they do like butterfly up and down. So Ize don't cool that. Maybe then he just the watch, because one day, you know, when you are put in the position by different forces, one day there will be a one type of catalytic reaction, if I may use that word. So people go, because that one never talk. One day now, person feel go meet and say, Pastor Ize since Okpewolo, can you assess the government of Edo State? If he tell you say no, what in there happen? So that one go tell you say, they no put them for beat. But if he can sing in own positively, you know, say, well, now the thing where them plan, then they do, because there are a lot of interest. And that is why when I saw that no mind them, I say, yes, this na real Agberu is in charge, just like this in Lagos. And I remember there was a time they said the Oluomo visited Edo. I say, I see now. Maybe to come put some structures in place
No,
for
be
the Agberu.
Oluomo. Even remember when Yaloja sent head of market women.
But they refused now. I think I saw that video.
No.
They turned them down.
Then protest at first, but later on, you know, the big men way past all of us, the ones that we they control the state culturally, they have to concede. So yeah, they had to concede because pressure was coming from, you know, say now this person I want, and we want you to support. Yeah. So that protest was just, yeah. Let me make I ask Google. Say who is the current Iyaloja.
So what has happened to this guy, Valentine Ozigbo? Our brother.
In career don't finish. In career don't finish.
Our brother.
Now the danger of now the danger of social media. Do you know why? That one I can write a thesis on that man. You see,
that one Kenneth Okonkwo. I don't know which one pain me pass.
No, Kenneth, forget that Kenneth Okonkwo ain't just there. Now he just leave and make a chop article $1. He go come back. So the thing is, that Valentine Ozigbo now is the danger of social media. Social media, like in the British press, then go hype you. Then you go forget. You go forget, say butterfly can fly to the on top of Iroko tree, but it no be bird. You forgot. You will be butterfly. You can fly anywhere, but in the end, you are an insect. You are not a bird. So that Valentine Ozigbo, the guy overrate himself. And again, he know the state where in there, because I mean I'm from Anambra now. What in make can be say? I think he overstepped in bound in terms of condemnation.
Yeah, but he
of
was
talking.
really desperate to be governor. I
That
think
is
that
the
was
thing.
one other thing.
The greatest mistake that guy made, forget about governor, was to leave P2B camp. P2B is a brand. What he should have done, because of all the people in labor with P2B, we know that when P2B was doing from consumption to go and verify, people just they flock to his in patronage. No be say some of them they use and say maybe are we using to campaign for House of Reps or this and that. Some got their way. We know they got what they wanted. What Valentine should have done was, because in Anambra State, if you look at all the people where the Labour Party, Valentine is the most prominent, because Valentine has been the party flag bearer for PDP, where contested against Soludo. He came second. Now, before he crossed over to Labour. So that alone, because he was in PDP, he was the flag bearer, and on his own merit, he has also a clean record, almost like P2B. He has a very clean record in terms of you can't tempt him with anything, and tempt him with anything. So when he came over to Labour Party, and then he was quite prominent with P2B in terms of going on campaign. Because after P2B, you see them on the podium. Maybe the wife, you go see Valentine. So people feel that I didn't know he wanted a governorship. Otherwise, so when I realized, I said, well, that's good. At least he has worked for it in trying to help Obedient to sell P2B, which is good. Now, what happened was when he came into Labour Party, P2B is not somebody that like to circumvent, to use maybe long leg help you. What I expected Valentine to do was that is where you should have shown how your fighting spirit, because all the people were the Labour Party, they must have been old-time politicians or maybe in the past, but they don't have color. You are better than them in terms of what is needed. It is you. But the thing is, you were hell-bent and you never secure Labour Party ticket. You don't talk about Soludo from beginning to end, even what is not needed. People can't look at you. In the end, those people now conspired, and then you can't continue the job. You just run away. You say you can't be in Labour Party. You quickly jump to APC. Do you know why he jumped to APC? He felt that Ifeanyi Oba, who Ganduje has come over to anoint. Ganduje in APC, Ifeanyi Oba left YPP and moved over to APC in the hope that Naim they don't anoint to unseat Soludo. And really, if you see in palliative in stadium, that is the highest palliative ever done by a human being in Nigeria. Okada, so image with nothing way give out. People say, and they are free of charge. Not like bring return, just free of charge. So he empowered people, which is good anyway. But now Ganduje money, where they bring from federal. So he don't take over. But one propose, God dispose. If I they are alive now to complete. So so this guy quickly say opportunist. This guy quickly say, since Ifeanyi Oba don't buy, there's no need. Even if I dare get Labour ticket. Labour, no, they no go look into me and P2B, with P2B going around with me. That billions where they keep Ifeanyi or millions, make I go inherit them. Not knowing that those Buccaneers where they PC, where they scenes, where they queue with Ifeanyi, no go agree. So he quickly abandoned Labour Party, jumped to APC. 2 weeks or 3 weeks to the party primaries. You go there, nothing. First of all, they say he went to Aso Rock to go see Tinubu. Now Tinubu daughter see, take photo. Anything goes. You feel that one goes show. You don't enter Aso Rock in the hope that he has been anointed. You can die. Anambra people tell and say people where they APC with Ifeanyi Oba where one do help him. Ifeanyi Oba don't go. So automatically somebody has to come up to inherit the structure. So now you will leave a Labour Party. You never even reach APC. You never stayed 6 months for APC. You want contest primary. They not come out. All this noise where they make. So go back to Labour nowhere now. Now he there in abeyance. Nobody know where he there now. So his career has effectively ended because social media confused him. If when Ifeanyi Oba has gone, he stayed in Labour Party and got Labour Party ticket. Now he go be the party, now he go be the person, because with P2B's influence in Anambra State till tomorrow, and his own personal integrity as a Valentine Ozibo, it will be hard for people not to look in his direction. He go give Soludo a good run for his money, but he felt that Ifeanyi don't go, so let me go and then inherit that APC. Imagine coming to reap where you did not sow. No way now. They tell us
So,
kaki no be leather. Now make it
one other
no day anywhere.
that thing that I was going to mention
Right.
or to ask, to know the opinions of people is what do you make of the threat by the North, not to support Tinubu? That is one. And what do you make of their threat to yeah, say burn down the country? I don't mean that literally, but they have been issuing subtle threats, that if Tinubu goes ahead to impose himself, that that the country might not contain everybody.
No,
So
no, no. The thing. To be honest with you, the way I look at it is use the first principle, just simple. When thieves gang up the thief, they steal. It
mm,
happened that for you to dislodge those thieves, you go to pray, make them get misunderstanding. So El-Rufai and all those there, how they know the rigging formula where they take put Tinubu. That's why when the El-Rufai gave one interview, he said there's no pathway for Tinubu to become president. Because now they rig, and I saw what that sometimes this social media you may not trust quotations unless you see person speaking. There was a quotation attributed to El-Rufai. He said that P2B beat Tinubu with the greatest margin in the history of Nigerian politics. But because P2B is Igbo, I kept quiet. I didn't say anything. I think I saved it somewhere, but I don't know whether it's true because some people can say something and they attribute, but that is
yeah,
by the way. That is by the way. I'm not so much
exactly.
relying on it. But what I rely on was since El-Rufai and the Tinubu confirmed it, that El-Rufai he should be thanked. He thanked El-Rufai very well for helping him to make this thing possible. Now, those people that ganged up to even talk of switching beavers, helping Mahmoud and all those things to make sure they rig out P2B. Now, they have disagreed with you and they've assured you that you are not coming back. They know what you know, that you're rigging, they know it. Now, my problem with if it's because of that, I'm telling you, because I've just checked, where will Tinubu win in the north?
Yeah.
Forget that.
It baffles me when people
Yeah,
actually think that Tinubu is going to
yeah,
sail to victory because I
no,
don't see
no,
the pathway really.
yeah. So I'm yeah. Thank you. So where will Tinubu win? The people that help to put you in power are telling you that you are no more. No more. So no, not that they campaign for you now to go raise your hand. Now those kind rigging where they go help you go tell a mom, give her money, say make you they preach, say we don't want this. Now this person we want. Now they are going to go and tell those people because they know how you came in. So all these things they are saying, we people will say Tinubu will win in the north. All those things na lie. My only this thing I want to talk to those northern is that P2B is coming to help them. They will gain more from P2B than we from the southern part because the hunger and everything, the poverty is what P2B want to address, and he's not hiding it. He has told them openly that all these bandit, they're expecting him to go and buy gun, giving everybody. He said no. He said when you put people out of poverty, this thing will be coming down. Daddy Baba Ahmed in those days said, when an Igbo man tell you, say, business day here, make you follow, say, better follow him. That if said this type of thing, but that is by the way. So in this case, if the North has made up their mind they don't want Tinubu, all they need to do is that let them just get good P2B and then let them streamline P2B's plan. That is what I want to be hearing. Maybe P2B, they sit down with him, he go to explain them this thing where he go to do all these things so that they will sort of internalize it and then go and sell it because it is for them. Agricultural belt in the north is for them, making them who will cultivate here and then start to do export again is for them. It's not for me. So it is in their best interest to see this is a better alternative. They were putting Tinubu not because Tinubu will perform. It's just because they wanted Muslim to stop P2B. That's all. Now that the person you put in has failed you, not just you, failed the entire people, even failed his own people. Remember, was it not Afenifere that rose up from their meeting and told the National Assembly to impeach P2B? Did you know? Do you know about it? Do you know? Do you know about it? Stay
Afenifere was
humble.
good.
Yes, yes, though. Afenifere told the National Assembly to impeach Tinubu because he failed everybody. It's not nothing tribal about it. Afenifere told it. He made a headline. Think yes. He said they should impeach Tinubu. In other words, they felt that 2 years is enough. Let the man get out. So why then? Even when the people in the north are crying, that look at hunger, everything. So they knew Tinubu has no capacity to perform. It's just a case of let's put in there, then you seem to be helping ourselves to the treasury. But this man being a mafia now, or the way they growth him, he was particular about himself and then the few cliques around him. He doesn't care whether the economy is collapsing. Now they are suffering it. And then they fall out with him. So that is why. So why can't they get close to P2B, the rightful person who they know has the capacity to and is willing to do the job? All you need to do is sit down with him every time. Then he let him be explaining to you how he is going to achieve all this, which P2B will be willing to do. So that is the only thing I see. That is the campaign. You don't have any
Well,
conviction to do.
the reason
So
why they will not.
Jesse has a question here. Can anybody go try to respond? My problem is, how do we counter those Agberos in Lagos for 2027?
You take Agbero to a counter Agbero. Don't worry. All those will happen. Forget you go. Forget. Say Tracy. Don't worry. It's even good they show their hand early. Don't worry. If there will be antidote. Make them they play because sometimes you use that pattern as in the corner. You go the manufacture antidote where you're going to. But but they can't have a free reign. Just the conclusion is that they won't have a free reign. Something must be done. Yeah, they should be put in place. It's too early, safe. Thank God they started early.
Well, so regarding that, before then, what I envisage is a situation where these people that ganged up in 2023 to put Tinubu in power will self-destruct. There will so much fight one another that they will nullify their strength.
Which
That is
people?
what I envisage will happen.
Do you mean where? Do you mean the Agbero, their axe officer?
No. The Northern Cabal, that put Tinubu in power. And then Tinubu's camp themselves. They will just.
The thing about Tinubu's camp is that people that want to stick with Tinubu can be blind loyalists, that they want to be loyal to him for whatever reason, but not because of his performance. Because somebody will switch camp because I found out that you are what you are doing. Even in the north, let's assume that Tinubu did a bit of 50% or 45% performance. Somebody can say, well, but those that rigged him in, those that rigged Tinubu in, are now saying that they want to withdraw their commitment to that rigging. That tells you that.
So, boy, Tinubu himself has not performed anyway. Understand? And that's the tragedy of Nigerian leaders. What has come to characterize Nigerian leaders. So when people come with this tribal and ethnic
Okay. When people say Tinubu just need 25% in the northern state. Okay, yes. Let's say Tinubu need 25%. He was able to get 28. Oh, sorry. Stay humble. Continue. Stay humble. Okay, let me continue. Somebody was saying Tinubu just need 25% in the northern state. Yes, fair enough. That is what the constitution says. If you can get 25% in about 2/3 or something like that. Now, let's say even if he's getting 30 in the north, is he sure of the south? Because this thing people are saying, is he sure of the south? You can't just leave them to rig now. Is he sure? Even the whole Southwest. Are you telling me Tinubu will be winning 70% in the whole Southwest? It's a lie. I doubt it. Are you telling me Tinubu will be clearing Southwest State, his base, 70%, 80 here, 70, even 65 here? You go hard though. Because, you know, the incompetence is so blatant to see now. Nothing has been done. Nothing. Forget about people are saying pledging loyalty, we do this, we that is what surprised most people. If not, it doesn't mean the way you get to power, sometimes it may not really matter because you are now there. But show people, because people will now forget that, oh, they killed, they acquired 1 million people before you get to power, or they snatch ballot. That one don't pass. Now, show you are now in charge. Show us what you can do with the resources and everything. Don't unleash your plan. No plan. Then you keep borrowing money. When you borrow, you don't even borrow to put it in agriculture to address the food security. No way. You are not even borrowing with which to even fund the education properly or healthcare. No way. The infrastructure is questionable, controversial. So people are getting apprehensive. They can't be able to say, look, where is this money really going? That is the thing, and that's what we are saying. So the North that are making noise, I don't so much because if they want to play their religious politics and crude one for that matter, it's up to them. After all, and then they shout, say hunger day. But it will be in their best interest to for once say, look, let's leave religion. Let's look for competence. This is what we want. We have vast agricultural land. Can we install a government that will help us to mechanize agriculture in all part of the North, whereby everybody in a rural area, you see farmers having access to cash because they're exporting their farm produce. That is direct. That's how to lift people out of poverty. Can they sit down and say, look, we don't have crude oil in the North. If you develop crude oil sector, it's only in the South. Fair enough, because that is where it is. You don't site refinery there, it's okay. We have sunshine. Can we have a government that will help us to install power plant in the North for electricity? And then mechanize agriculture, help us mechanize agriculture, such that we will now be the food basket of West Africa. It's possible. That will be the target. Though they may not achieve it in the next 2-3 years, but that will be the target. This is what they should be talking, and not a question of how to slow somebody down or slow this thing. That is just my own, you know.
Tracy has some very good questions too. River State, Wike get Iagbero for there. Akwa Ibom, Akpabiole, they wait. Edo, D7, they wait. So really and truly, these are the really major issues, which I don't know what's going on behind the scenes,
of all these ones,
things that we need to be, they need to be working on.
Of all these ones you said,
all these people.
Yes, of all these things you said, the one I can easily wave off is just is Edo. Edo cannot go with Okpebolo. They are not Edo. They have their mind of their own. So Edo cannot say Okpebolo will lie and they say we are voting Tinubu. It's a lie. You may say it, but I know of Edo. They can't follow.
River State.
They're in the minority. They're in the minority now. Okay. How many be these? Yes, Agbero them. Are you telling me that Agbero is in minority? After all, where than they before? So everybody go the flex muscle, but there are ones you take seriously. For Edo, no, me I know. Forget all these ones.
So what I think is that between now and each time I want to it is network. So between now and 2027 is quite distant, and we don't know what will happen really. In fact, with the way Nigeria is going, we don't know whether we'll wake up tomorrow and they say, that people had gone to the street and these guys are no longer there in Aso Rock. So if we are afraid of the people that they've recruited to foment trouble. Yeah, I don't think that should be what we bother ourselves with. Yeah, I know it's a potential threat, but the will of the people. What happened in 2020 gave me hope that the Nigerian people still have the power to rescue Nigeria if they are willing.
Okay,
I'm
okay,
telling you.
okay. Alaba, Ferreira said they talk of thoughts. What of INEC? INEC nine be the super talk now. You should know. INEC nine be the higher talk. But then, but, but then that is the thing. See, this is like a side talk. Me when I take WAEC, I know hear of this D7, D8. So now so WAEC then and then they get D. I know what thing I do now. You go see A for my this thing. See A maybe A1, 2, 3, A1 or A2 or A3. You go look the other one, maybe C4 or C5. If I get anyone C5, then the P used to be either P7 or I think P7 and 8. But normally, how this D, I know understand them. So to I do adult education. It's still no, it's still they get D7. Jesus Christ.
Them just pachalanya today. Leave,
I
leave.
didn't even know that was this thing. When I saw the
No,
D7, I was wondering what was it.
I know they do believe anything on social media, particularly if they circulate document. And they watch them for some days. Because if they no counter, I go no better. I can't see. I say which one be WAEC D? Are they sure? WAEC no be A1 distinction A2 A3.
Maybe that was then. Who knows?
So they don't bring the thing down. They don't devalue until then they get D9, D7, D8. This one
The bottom
D5.
line is that he's not smart. He's not intelligent. He did not graduate. He can't even call numbers. He can't even read numbers out. Even 15 million Obi gave, he was busy calling 1.5, and all that. So I'd see.
Yeah, I want to quickly respond on this INEC. This is a very that's actually a very good question about the INEC, right? The issue with INEC is sis, I beg if you mute your mic, may we not hear all your business.
No,
make I mute. Me mute her. Then she not go talk the one she not supposed to pass. Anyway, so INEC is a big issue because it be like say what thing they call am T-Pain. Say that they say he won't replace the INEC chairman with a more loyal person from Ekiti State or something like that. We don't know, but that's what I'm saying. So let's assume that, in fact, it's clear that they are going to rig the election. What do we do? That's the biggest question. I know that nobody might be able to answer in details because we have to have that plan on the ground. I'm sure that the people that are doing coalition, they are considering, because they are talking tough. A lot of them, I think, what was it? This guy came out and said they are going to give them fire for fire. Do you understand? So I don't know. That's a major issue, because if this man will remove this present INEC chairman, the one you go replace him with now, the one you go do yes sir, anything sir, how high sir, how low sir, now we go get. Anyway, that's it. That's all I got to say.
To nullify or to it depends on the pattern where INEC go take rig. Last presidential election, I felt that the election was not really rigged at the polling unit. It's just that they switched up IREF and then started to change figures during collation. That is just what I feel. Now, one thing that is troubling my mind, if I will say so, is this next election, before it comes, there must be cast iron guarantee that IREF will not be switched off. That is just that should be the irreducible minimum, that every election should be uploaded in real time. And then it should be stated clearly that INEC has no option than to use beavers or whatever is provided. This is not a case of INEC may. You know, this law and people where do law go tell you whenever you see may do this, it is not binding. It's like a option. May means that unless they put shall, then that is what I learned. So if this one you go to court, then go say, but the law says that INEC may use this. So what if he doesn't use it? So that is one of the things, unless that thing is quite clear cut that this is INEC by is compulsory that INEC must do it this way. That one we help to curtail rigging. Let us now know that everything will be uploaded in real time. I know that what I propose, they may not like it, but I have been saying that henceforth, any election result from the polling unit that cannot be uploaded in real time is taken as election did not take place there. If you can't upload it, it means election did not take place in that polling
So,
unit.
the thing with all these reforms is that for me, no amount of reform, without the politicians having the will to let the Nigerians decide who will govern them, no amount of reforms will help the system. Yeah, I will tell you why. You see, these guys, what they will even do in the first place is that people will not even get to vote. They can do it, that people will not even get to vote. The voting materials will not even arrive in some places, especially in places where they think they will lose really badly. You understand? That's where the will of the people now comes in, that people will not even allow a winner to be announced in the first place. So if they know that they cannot even announce a winner, or they cannot even inaugurate, even swear in whoever their winner is, because the people will occupy wherever they will swear in, then they will wake up. Because if you rely on polling unit this is it, they can even tamper with the IREV, with the beavers, because their sponsors are not even are people who even manufacture those machines. Their sponsors are people who manufacture those machines in the first place, so they can tamper with all those things.
Anyway, I won't delude myself into believing that all is well or everything is in place. A lot still need to be done regarding election and the electoral system, or even INEC. A lot. In fact, if that will be the last thing that should be addressed before the election, that would be nice. A new the system of conducting the election must be looked into. I mean, we can't continue with the way it was done the last time. Maybe that is a brand new wayo they played. People didn't get to know it. This time there should be there under no condition can somebody say there should be a what they call glitch or switching up the IREF. No, that should not be done. I know that even if you say uploading real time, there can still be rigging because it's somebody that will enter the results after counting it, but that will be minimal because a lot of eyewitnesses will be there to make sure that what was counted is what was reflected in the form EC, whatever they call it, and then people will be there. It will be uploaded. Thank God for the power of internet. People with their mobile phones or laptop can easily go to INEC website and see what was uploaded. It's already there. So the tabulation can be anybody's job. Any parties can do that. That is the minimum people should. We should. People should demand. However, it can also be rigged in terms of disenfranchising people. Where you can they say, oh, your name no they register, your name no they this, to frighten you. They can tell you, oh, your name should be in the other area. When you go, before you do all the rigmarole, time don't pass, they will register you just to disenfranchise people. Make sure that there's no point conducting an election in this area because It is not the party's stronghold for the party that want to rig. I know those ones are. But I'm trying to say, assuming without considering that things work out the way it should be, but it must be uploaded in real time because it is easier. Disenfranchising somebody is still part of it, but the easier way to get vote is to change the figures you write down, in which you don't rely on what was uploaded anymore. You just use manual. So as much as possible, the electoral system must avoid manual. It's like completely avoiding manual. The only thing manual can do is to go and thumbprint. That is only the manual aspect of it. Every other thing will be automated.
But they have said
Every
it's
other thing.
manual now. They have said it's paper. They've reverted. What are we talking about? Do you really think that this man is going to let you people be voting with reverse? All this English when they speak, Dr. CM. I understand what they talk. But we have to work with who we have right now. That man we have is not interested in all these things that you people are talking about. Peter Aka has been campaigning electoral reform. You think that they don't hear him? They're acting like they're not hearing him. You know, the other people in the studio make it not be like saying, comrade, welcome. Sid, I see you. Welcome. Jump in, comrade. Sid, you fit tackle anytime.
Is it comrade Amaru?
It's you people's show now, so now be adults. Now I'm flogging I'm on a flog.
You will just use scream and chase me out of here.
He said,
no come on to a beg, no come on to a beg. I'm not going to.
Okay, Amaru, okay.
By the
Okay,
time he finishes today, it will see.
Can you hear me? Am I audible here now?
Yes, you're audible. You're very audible. Mona moderate ourselves.
Good evening, everybody. Dr. Sia, good to see you. Stay humble. The humble man. Good evening, sir.
I see they keep account this thing. Why they ask me since I say my account details they ready. I never.
Oh, for the job you did in Edo. For the job you did in Edo, right?
No. Come on, John. No mind.
The job is still in progress. Work is still in progress.
No mind Edo. They pay me. Anyway, continue.
The reason why I come is say you dey talk very well, but you dey talk as if you dey talk the way it is supposed to be. Economists will tell you centuries paribus, but all things are not always equal in Nigerian politics. So, and a lot of emphasis will be made on Agbero. Actually, there's a limit to which Agbero can perform right now in present day election. They were very instrumental between 1999, 2003, about 2007. So thereafter, that distraction that they do, intimidation that they do. Beyond that, they don't do much with the level of reform where we don't attain. You know, there is a case study in Edo. They brought out the Alliance and Tigers, but they were caged. You know, before they go move from one, you know, where they were very instrumental in the past, where they go come snatch that boss, the ballot boxes where they put paper inside. They go shoot some, they make kati, they go disperse people, they go carry, they go go, if now where you know say you get power now, where you get power, your stronghold, I go see some boys come there, they go do kati, they go scare people away. The ones who they don't vote, they go carry and go destroy them. They were very useful then, they were very powerful. But these days, they're not really supposed to go on noise, distraction and intimidation. Not the best way that they do now. The ringing now has gone institutional. Now I'm the main reason when I listen to you, your emphasis, you emphasize as if now Britain or America won't do the election, or South Africa. This is the Nigerian election we won't do. So they have gone institutional. In Edo, for example, they cage them all over. When they go there, Gary Memorial grant for the one who harass people for there. So people don't already prepare for the just the way they think now. There was already counter, measures. People would already know them, the kabakas of this world and all that. Or Bosaki caged them for 8 years. So we knew they were coming out from their zoo, with food force. So what people did, they've already planned way for their vote. They won't dare to even tire. If you hold them for here, begin they drag them for here. Before you know, they could not really go around the city to do much destruction. So when that one did not work, you know what they did? If you put Edo Central, Edo North together, they don't reach 3 local governments for Edo South, Oredo, Igbobaoka, and I think I call the other one.
Onwode local government, is it? Onwode?
No, the one with there. One with there is okay, but they're not too big.
Okay.
Those are the 3 local governments. Yeah,
okay.
they can't stop.
Ego local government.
Ego local government. So the ringing in Nigeria has gone institutional. Agbero and just to intimidate people, make some noise, do little distractions here and there. There's a huge limit to what they can, do. So what they now did, the result from every other area not favor them. Meanwhile, they can hold Oshomole area and Shaibu area. They hold those ones down. So the feelers from Edo Central, from Edo South, wasn't favorable to them. So what they now did was to stop the collection in those, ordinarily from units, you were sent to local government collection centers. Where they're supposed to move the buses, go the state collection center. Everybody will get agent for that. They not put a stop to that. So they now order police they now order the police and INEC officials, in company of their thugs to go stop those collection, intimidate those agents, drive them come out. Only they can take charge of the ballot buses now, right? Straight to state collection center at Aduwawa. Right there, I swear, as the gubernatorial flag bearer was supposed to be the #1 agent to himself before other party agents could deal with him. To my greatest surprise, I swear, as a gubernatorial candidate, was not allowed into that collection center.
It's true, yes. I watch it. You are right.
Okay, so when Obasaki called the get feelers, they had their own information room where they collect results. They were winning. Obasaki another mafia on his own, but on more intelligent level. So Obasaki did everything really possible. Not by though somebody was saying earlier, they saw their this thing for 10,000. Not be that more evil. That will not help themselves for do. But before when they buy, not help them anyway. Most people will collect their money, not vote for them.
Let me just come in now, please. Greetings to everybody, and Ogasiem and Comrade and Omoye and everyone there. That's why I wanted to answer the questions that were being said by Tracy. This election is not IREV election that is coming. This election is bomber to bomber. I've said it time without number. This election is every collation center mobilize, overwhelm whatever is there, and ensure that your result is counted at the local government, at the state government collation center. Is to follow it bomber to bomber. Forget IREV. IREV is not working. Wait. Allow me.
Upload. After counting,
wait. I forget upload. It's not going to count in the courtroom. They have told us that it's on discretion of INEC. We already have seen. They've told us. That's why Obi went through the court system so that we will know exactly what we are facing the next election. And the next election, T-Pain knows that the court is already in charge. Wike has the court. He has Akpabio in the Senate. So Akpabio is not going to allow any reforms. And him is going to coordinate the INEC person. And he has played his first card. His first card, he has played it already. He has moved an INEC guy who was his minister to become APC leader. So the president is not a president like Buhari, late Buhari and all that. No, this president is a president that is a political troublemaker. He plays politics. Yeah, he plays politics like a mafia. Nigerians must understand this.
So
there's not going to be.
So what?
There's not going to be.
What options?
So that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm going to that. Now. Okay. We have been talking about Lagos. How many votes will Lagos give? Lagos vote plus or minus is 2 million, nothing more than that. All right. So yes, they will mobilize Lagos. They will victimize people. Well, we know that. So Lagosians must come out and fight at least to reduce the overwhelming mafianess that will happen there. But now the strategy is not that. And Tinubu's strategy is not really that. Tinubu's strategy is like Lagos, okay, we'll use mafia levels, but now let's build the structure for the mafia. And that's what he's doing in Lagos through local government, through anything. All this change of things, creating mayhem is what he wants to do in Lagos. But we are looking at other states. We are looking at the KKK states. What's happening there? And that's why he knew that the northern boys are not happy with him and that they will fight him. So he's trying to concede the north, that I'm not sure I'm getting anything in the north. But you see the south, I want to mop it. And so Tinubu's plan has been, if I push all southern governors into my own camp, I am sure of overwhelming the coalition centers, especially because of the southern governors, which are the big southern states. You have Edo, but most importantly, Rivers State. That's why there's that impasse in Rivers State. And that impasse in Rivers State is going to continue to election, mark my words. Forget these 6 months, so we bring Fubara back. No, he doesn't trust Fubara because he needs somebody, he needs Wike to be in charge of the political structure in Rivers State. If not, he loses a big chunk of his southern vote. So that's why Obi is playing that coalition politics. When people don't understand it, because if he can get the gatekeepers in the north, that's why I say the man that must play the bigger brother is Atiku. If Atiku says, okay, my ambition, I'm dropping it and I'm focused, let's put all our eggs behind the Obi basket, it's game over. And that is why Tinubu is trying all he can to know what is Obi's plan. Where is he going to port? Because where he's going to port is critical for tipping. And that's why the maneuvering is like this. Like even Obedience don't know where Obi is porting. So I like it like this, that it's going to be like this till we get closer to election. Then we'll know the movement. So they are not making things clear. They don't need to make it clear because TPN wants them to make it clear. That's why it's pushing them. Let's make, what's the coalition saying? Coalition is saying, oh, we are still discussing. No, they're not discussing. They know who.
I agree with you on that. Yes, that's a good strategy.
So for me, is the strategy is, if we can still press on and talk to our northern brothers and say, listen, this is a fight for the destiny and the soul of a nation. And sometimes when we are doing those kind of things, it's just like Game of Thrones. You know, you are fighting the White Walkers. So you will leave your pettiness. Every pettiness, let's drop it. Let's get this game together. And let's get a person that we can trust. That the North can trust, the South can trust. And the ADC understands the feelings on the ground. The leaders of the ADC understand the feelings of the ground. The leaders of Labour understand the feelings of the ground. Even PDP guys know that there's only one candidate in the South that will create a grand organic movement. And he's Obi. That's the only candidate. So the pressure is on Atiku. But Atiku is battling with his own, image, his personality. He has bought this thing. He has bought this party. How will he leave it? All those kind of things. That's what Atiku is battling. But they need to keep pressing on him. And who are the people that will press on him? The people, the likes of El-Rufai. I may not like him. I don't like his politics. But El-Rufai is angered. And that anger is going to fuel it. People like the Sokoto man, they want to fuel it because they feel that, okay, if the North needs to have a chance, they will need to, first of all, drop their ambition and back a Southerner. So in terms of winning this election for P2B, Nigerians must be ready. I trust the Northerners. The Northerners are ready. They are ready to battle for their vote to the local government. But the Southerners are not like that. And that is the biggest problem. The Southerners are not like that. So if the Southerners will rise to the occasion and say, irrespective of what's happening, doesn't matter. Akpabio was in APC, but he did not win Akwa Ibom. And the truth is that the grassroots of Akwa Ibom and the grassroots of Cross River is not in APC hands. That's the truth.
At all.
So
Even
it's
data,
just what
even
I've seen.
data, even data.
Yes. So, and then at Tinubu is going to face the greatest battle within the APC, which is already raging. In the APC, if you bring all these governors and their men and their senators, what of the guys inside the APC? You think they don't have ambition? Do you think they don't want? So, Omar Agege is already angry. All the things he has done for APC, now you want to relegate him out of APC
So
and bring in other guys?
He helped them steal mess.
Bro, can I come in? Can I come in?
So
there?
the strategy is very open. So me, I'm not afraid. It's just Nigerians in the south, especially southern voters, must rise to the occasion. And whatever happens in River State election is very critical for T-Pain. If he loses River State, he loses the election. That's just as simple as that.
Anyway, thank you for your beautiful analysis. Can I add something to what you just said?
Yeah.
Okay. Beautiful analysis. But little clauses, commas here and there. Sometimes I feel the greatest opposition. I mean, the first person is Tinubu beatable. Fair and square is beatable. The easiest president to beat is even Tinubu. Because he has almost nothing to compare in terms of achievement, almost nothing. Yeah. So another thing is they call him a political mafia, strategist or whatever. A lot of people are aware of his political maneuverings. But the greatest problem is even the opposition. My greatest fear now, the way you analyze them, it's just sweet well. Where they talking to Atiku. Me, I don't see Atiku. This one, my own personal feeling, because of the kind of I believe in pattern. I believe in trends. I watch political trend. If you do it first time, I feel say a mistake. Do a second time, I feel say maybe. But when you continue like that, continuously 3, 4, 5 times, I feel that is the character of that person. For the article, when I know politically, I think will not go come out. At the ADC, when they form from everything around the ADC, is centered around Atiku. You may not believe this. I said this one about 2 months ago, 3 months ago, on this same platform. I was talking to my sister Omoye. Most of the things I said then, they are coming to pass right now. I wasn't too happy even seeing Obi there. I wanted Obi to have a formidable platform. Obi shouldn't have been talking of a coalition. Obi at a point should have been talking of a merger. And later, much later, not even going as individual now, holding people like that and a few others to coalition on individual basis. Obi should have utilized the huge political capital he has in the obedient movement. Everybody will be coming to bed. They know he is the man. He's the beautiful bride. Obi is the beautiful political bride. Considering what he did in 2023. So, going to that merger, I've seen them in that hall with David Mark. David Mark was the chairman of that convention, where they cancel zoning, where they twisted the like of wickets of this world and all that, jettisoning their zoning, gave Atiku the opportunity. They brought this guy, Ijocha Ayu. They woke him up from political dustbin to come and do the dirty game. The same way they went back to David Mark right now. So everybody heading that coalition that has come to hijack that ADC, they're all Atiku's men. And
Can I say something, Omori?
Make I just okay, go ahead, madam.
Go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Finish up.
Okay. So Atiku has been if you think Atiku has been politically desperate before, Atiku desperado this time around is Desperacy Promise. This is the last chance he has. Everything has been spent since 1992. Atiku has been in this game since 1992. He almost contested with Abiola. From that time to now, he has been dollarizing the Nigerian political terrain. So This is the last chance to recoup those dollars. To Atiku, it's a long-term ambition, just as it was for Tinubu. Tinubu's long-term ambition was even less compared to that of Atiku. And Atiku misses this chance. 2031 is not sure for Atiku because he will have been too old. He will have been gone, relegated into political oblivion. So Atiku will do everything humanly possible. My greatest fear right now, where the opposition will win the election for Tinubu, people may not believe this. I see a situation where Atiku will go with the faction of ADC, where Obedience will not allow Obi to chicken out because he is very formidable. Where I see Atiku running with somebody like Amechi, begging Amechi later, or working with Amechi later, Obi going on his own, and PDP looking for somebody. I know Jonathan will not fall for that dirty political game. So about 3 horse race like we had in 2023, and that will be the last round that will break the comments back, and that will be the winner for Tinubu. Thank you.
Okay. But one thing, yes, like we said, Atiku coming now will disrupt the system because power should be in the South for 8 years. We know he's greedy and time is not on his side. So him trying to come in is just to disrupt the system. Even in the North, he's not likely to win a landslide. That is the way I see it. It's not likely to win a landslide, but it is better he did not contest so that to make the thing easier and then the permutation quite simple to understand.
Yeah, but I agree, and I've said it on this platform. I agree with what Comrade said. It's going to be a 3-horse race at the end of the day. Why? And what I slightly disagree with Comrade is Obi did not need to start a political party because they would not have agreed. All the political parties that wanted to be registered, has INEC registered them? No, because TPN has said don't register any party. So Obi not registering a party is not because he doesn't want to, it's because he knows that it will not be registered. So
Bro,
what Obi did,
not necessarily a new political party. Not necessarily a new
all
one.
other political parties are compromised. You need to understand the political space now. It's like dirty water. So what Obi did was, okay, I make sure that my obedient force is organized. That's why he stepped out of it, created the obedience.com and said, look, let me be guaranteed of my 10 million supporters. Because the fact is that he has 10 million plus supporters. Let me be guaranteed about it. I've created a platform that I have my support base. It's just like the MAGA support base. You have your support base because that's your bargaining chip. You have your support base. And as soon as he did it, they knew, oh, this man has a support base. Oh, we can't play around with him. But we need to negotiate with him. So he becomes a beautiful bride. And then he has options. So he has options with the coalition. The PDP is trying to woo him. The Labour Party is where he's officially a candidate of the Labour Party. But the problem with the Labour Party is this. If they go into an election with an impasse, the likelihood of him being disqualified is very high. And people are not seeing that. That if he goes in, that's why he needed to send his deputy, his vice, say, go and see what you can do with the Abure faction. We need to have a united force so that, especially with what happened in Anambra, if you notice, the Abure faction is still the recognized faction by INEC. And the Abure faction organized the Anambra gubernatorial elections. So the question was, what happens to Nanadi faction with regards to the Anambra caucus? They were trying to bait them, but PO must have talked to Nanadi and say, see what we need to do. Let's support whatever has been said. And that's why there's no drama in Anambra. So the gubernatorial candidate that was brought out by Abure, the Nenadi faction supports it. So there was no drama. There's no way to disqualify that candidate. Because this game is very deep. People are not seeing it. So Obi has to still maintain. And even in this coalition thing, if you notice, Obi says the coalition is for 2027. I'm not a part of the party. It's not part of ADC. It's just part of the coalition for 2027 because he doesn't want to be in a stage where they will hold him and disqualify him for two-party registrations. He doesn't want to be in a situation where they will say, "Oh, he's a member of two parties," and so therefore he shouldn't be qualified. So he's fighting. This battle is different levels. So
Okay, yeah,
Obi already has a party, but
like
he
there's
has
there's quite a lot of gold landmines laid out.
there's a lot of landmines that have been kept for this man.
Yeah,
So
so it
I want us to understand that people are doing their bits and pieces, but I always look at the conservative part of it. Let's say there's no electoral reforms. Elections will be like it was last time. Let's say all the things are the same way, and we know that it's going to be rigged. Now we need to play the politics of talking with different kinds of groups. So Obi must, yes, the obedience on the ground, the obedience will do whatever they can. But the truth is that there are gatekeepers. The truth is that there are people that will enter into spaces and make sure that results will stand where it stands. And most of those people, we may not like their faces. We may not like how they do their politics. The Erufais, the different kinds of the Sarakis, we may not like them. But you know what? Whatever handshake we need to do, whatever handshake Obi needs to do to coalesce the forces around him, it is very, very critical. Yes, it may mean that he will make compromises, but we can trust that Obi will not compromise for the interest of the people. He may make one or two compromises. That's fair enough. Not everybody gets 100%, but at least he will have a go. We want him on the ballot. The aim of Tinubu is that Obi should not be on the ballot.
Yes.
Because if Obi is on the ballot, then it's a massive challenge for him in the South. You get me? And the North will look at it and say, look, Atiku. The truth is that Atiku has money, but he doesn't have influence. It's a two different thing in the North. He has the money, but the level of influence, he doesn't even have it in the Northwest. So there's a big gulf. There's the phantom 12 million Buhari votes, which is not real. It doesn't exist. But let's say that it exists.
Those
all right, let's say that it exists.
Those 12 million was in the days of card reader, not this.
Yeah. Let's say that it exists. That 12 million votes is already balkanized because there are other northern oligarchs that want to take a chunk of it. The Kwakwansos, the Erufais, all of them will take a chunk of it. So the question is, can Obi coalesce very well in such a way that he communicates to these northern elements? And if you look at the guys in the Arewa Consultative Forum, they're already pushing that agenda. And they're saying, you know what, Atiku, we need to let this go. We need to let this go because we can give a chance. And that's why you notice the Amechis, they all flanked and say, okay, we can give one term because Obi presented one term. And then they are now saying, okay, we're not sure of Obi, we're not sure of Amechi, but we are sure of President Goodluck because he only has constitutionally one term.
No,
but Goodluck should not play that politics.
You see that
he should get out of that politics.
You see that Goodluck own, if they do it, Goodluck will lose. Let me tell you. Remember the Constitution says the president should not take the oath of office more than 2 times. During Yaradua, when Yaradua died in office, Goodluck has to take president. He took vice presidential oath to be vice president to Yaradua. Then when the Yaradua died, he took presidential oath to become president. That's one. You've taken it once. The second one was in 2011 that led him to 2015. So when they were coming for 2015, they were almost telling him that even if he will say because the presidential oath, you can't take it twice. They knew about it because I remember APC harped on it Even say if they say they will have to disqualify, it's say because they see the Supreme Court, somebody was even pushing it then, but they have to keep it in the cooler. So, but apart from that, it will be foolhardy for Jonathan to come out. It will be fool.
Like this, what? See
It
how they remember people.
who is speaking?
Their name.
Sorry,
Zizi, can you mute your mic? Your
sorry,
mic is
sorry.
on.
Oh, sorry, guys.
That's okay.
Okay, Zifi. Okay, so what I'm saying is that it will be foolhardy for Jonathan to come out because they want to use him to complete 4 years. Although, like I always say, if he eventually agrees, his pattern of leadership this time will be different. People should understand that. Maybe he may use it, but I doubt if he will agree, and I wouldn't like that because as far
Because
as I know,
as it stands now, it's a
yeah,
3-horse race.
yes,
Tinubu, Atiku, and Obi. But the problem is PDP is now seeing that they are almost dead. They don't have a presidential candidate.
Yes.
They don't have a presidential candidate as it stands now because there's nobody to prop up. Who is going to be the PDP presidential candidate? So PDP, the way I see it, PDP will come into the coalition.
No,
PDP
they may not come because what they try to do is that by November they hold their convention, they will sack week officially. I've had
They're already reaching out to be and some other persons. My question, in all honesty, let's not play politics with this.
Executive and stabilize, they will sack
Yeah,
week.
will you advise? This is my question. Will you advise Obi to go into those political bobby traps in PDP? CM and the other last speaker.
Now, my own take about it, and I think that's what Obi is looking at. Obi is looking at where do I have 100% chance of being the political candidate of that political party. Now the LP is there, but the LP doesn't have the levels in terms of a lot of reach that the established PDP has. All right. So PDP has a bit of some kind of structure that if the obedience flood into, we move it. But the PDP bigwigs they don't like the obedience because the obedience they are disruptive. They're a disruptive group. They are not going to listen to the old politics, the old time politics. They are a new kid on the block, and they are upward mobile. But the PDP wants that organic movement. You see, the PDP wants to enjoy that organic movement, and if they get them, they will move. But the problem is, if you go into a PDP alliance, is the obedience going to be lost in that whole political structure of the PDP? But in terms of structure, they have it. So that's why I'm proposing that it's going to be a coalition. And that coalition does not mean that the parties will not be themselves again. They will still have political parties, but they will come as a coalition.
If I were PDP, if I'm a PDP as a party, I will welcome Obi. Do you know why? Obi is like coming to give oxygen to a dead to somebody lying in the mortuary or maybe.
But will you advise Obi to accept such an offer?
See this based on this condition, because in politics now the way it is panning out, I know that Labour Party, I don't quite trust Abure, no matter what assurance he may give to Dati Baba Ahmed or whatever, because somebody who must have tested some because of all the things he said is buyable. What I would like is let Obi still play the way he's playing until November. Let PDP elect their new executive, sack Wike. It's like now a new party because they are now looking for oxygen to be able to get up again. And they assure Obi that if you come in, you are not going to be the presidential candidate for us. In that case, whoever comes in, because they are having a brand new executive with Wike out of the way, booted out, for whatever it is worth, then Peter Obi, they are bringing in, not because of Peter Obi as a person only, who will now come in and say, this is our candidate, in which people will say, well, as per P2B, we know him. But the obedient movement will now be ready to say, let us go there and then be the mass movement they're going to have. If I were PDP, that's why I said if I were PDP, like all these Saraki Tambua, take a back seat because these people are coming to give you oxygen to revive you, such that if P2B succeeds, which I hope he will succeed in 4 years, hands over. Obviously, his successor should come from PDP. So you, the Tambuwal, and then all these people will now start to show up your face and then said, we now want to take over. Maybe with Dati Baba Ahmed, it depends on who the North brings, but let it be PDP. So it is in the best interest of those in PDP to take a back seat. After they've reported this, they read Buccaneers there, take a back seat, allow P2B to come and give you the oxygen. It's because PDP is coma now. So for you now to come and dictate, you can't be, they don't have the upper hand to dictate whatever condition. It's a case of P2B saying, because if you leave PDP, even if they elect their executive in November, and maybe the P2B is not there, who are they going to bring as a presidential candidate from the south?
That's what I'm saying. They don't have anybody.
They don't have anybody. So, yeah. And because you are in coma, and it's like you'll be written off in the sense that all your foundation members, most people are just leaving to APC, ADC, APC, ADC, APC. That makes Saraki to say those that want to leave should leave now, so that we start to rebuild.
That's why I'm answering the question of Comrade that if the conditions are right for him to be the party leader of the PDP, there's no problem about him going. The problem why he's going is because the problem why he's going from the Labour Party is because of the issue of leadership in the Labour Party. If not that he's a calm man and he doesn't want to create uproar, by now Labour Party should be having serious uproar because the courts have declared something, INEC has refused to accept it. I've never seen such situation where the court has declared something. The Supreme Court of Nigeria has declared something and INEC is saying, no, we are not supporting it. So who is controlling the strings there? So you see the problem because they have set up a landmine and that landmine is to disqualify him. Because the easiest thing to do to P2B is to disqualify him from entering the ballot. As long as you disqualify P2B from entering the ballot, everything about obedience shouting is over. So the aim is that P2B must be on a ballot. He must be on the ballot by any means possible. He has to be on the ballot. So all these things happening is we don't want him to be on the ballot. So I don't trust Abure because Abure is dealing with them. But the aim is, okay, the aim is, the way they are playing this politics is, okay, that's it. Talk with Abure. Make him feel comfortable. Make him feel that he's in charge. All right? Nenandi, just relax. Don't worry. It's okay. Let's just make him feel comfortable. Let's still work this thing to November. Let's work this thing to December. By 2026, let's see how the climate is. All right, and if INEC is still recognizing him, let's watch it because INEC may come on the last minute and say they don't recognize him again. So this thing we are talking about is a serious landmine, and that's why Obi is playing a very careful politics. He's officially a member of Labour Party, but he has to keep his options very much open. He has to.
And the fact that PDP is approaching him, that gives him an upper hand to sort of lay down some conditions to me. Well, if the moment they finish their party convention in November, elect a new executive and kick Wike out, no matter the minions or go, what do they call the whatever Wike has in this thing, that is immaterial to me. The moment they have a new executive and then they will now say we are set for 2026. But the thing is, 2027, but the thing is, we'll be looking for a presidential candidate from the south. Since they're approaching P2B and they claim that it's one of them, it's only because of the mistake they made in zoning. That's what made P2B to leave. If they get him back, they should not, because I feel that the new executive that is coming is like you have to take a root and branch examination of PDP because these are new people and they knew why. Everybody agreed that Atiku destroyed PDP because of his ambition. and the manipulation. That's why he and Wike was dragging. Wike said, okay, this thing we build together. If it cannot be zoned to us, let us cuckoo spoil it. So Atiku has left out of his own free will. Wike should be sacked to get out, because already he has said that he will be in PDP working for APC. So that alone is enough to take him out. Then let him go. Sacked. Wike is not the party will sack him, that they don't need him. No matter who he planted, all those ones can be dealt with. Carefully anti-party. Then gradually,
in all sincerity, you think PDP has the guts and the courage to sack Wike?
It depends on the new executive that comes in. Why shouldn't they?
Okay, Mr. CM, Madam, if you wanted to ask the question earlier, can we give her opportunity to speak, please, before we come in again? Madam, if you...
Ross, good evening. I've even forgotten the question I wanted to ask.
Good evening.
It's okay. I've forgotten the question. If I
make your contribution.
Let me tell you, I'm even confused, honestly. I don't even
Don't be confused. All of us are confused.
I don't even know.
We're only doing permutation. It's not what all that we're saying here is not set on stone now. So
yeah, I know.
It can go either way, but we just interpret the situation as it comes.
Yeah. The analysis actually makes sense. If you look at it, and it's just like what this guy said. I can't remember his name. That came to Dr. Damage's show.
Is he Dr.
It's a lawyer.
The lawyer.
Is it Valentine?
I know what you're talking about.
I mean, he said a lot of stuff that actually makes sense. And if you think about it, my only concern is that, honestly, I don't understand why Atiku is still running. I don't.
Greed.
At this point,
greed and inordinate ambition.
I see him as being greedy. Atiku is 80 years. Okay. When I look at him, the only difference between him and the man in Uganda that is contesting is just that the man seems the one in Uganda seems to be in a better mental state compared to Atiku. But I mean, at almost 80 years, he will be 82. Did
you see him during the Buhari's burial? He could barely walk.
Yeah, at 82. So I don't understand. There are some things we want to achieve in life that we are not going to be achieving, whether we like it or not. I'm sure there are some things you plan that you're going to be this or be that in this life, but you see yourself not getting those things done. I have so much respect only if he can hand the baton to P2B and say, you know what, let the Northerners support him and be an elder statesman, and they can sit down on a round table and have a discussion about if he wins, which if people really support him, because the threat here is not Atiku, the threat here is P2B. That's why everybody's fighting him to demoralize him. The threat is not Atiku. Nobody's talking about Atiku. The only way Atiku will win that ADC primary, if they choose to conduct a free and fair election, is by bribe, because he's going to buy his way out. But if they have a free and fair election, he's not going to win. But if he chooses to run, unfortunately, we're going to have the same result of what happened in 2023. If he chooses to run, we're going to have the same result. Okay? So not only will they split the vote, that will be easier for Tinubu to rig again. And another thing, like I said yesterday, let's even say Atiku is going to hand P2B the baton and say, you know what, go and contest and we will support you. Are people ready to fight up until the end? My brother, Omore, we talked about this thing yesterday. Do P2B's obedient movement, are they ready to fight? This is not a question of being online and say rig and buy. No, that's not the point.
Hold the PVC on one hand, Poston on the other hand. It's beyond that.
To defend that vote up to the coalition center where they will announce the results. So, a lot of things we have to ask ourselves and a lot of things we have to, put into consideration, to be honest with you. So I don't know. Nobody knows, what is going on, what is cooking. But we are here. We're gonna sit down and watch and see what is gonna happen. But I don't know. I don't know what's going through. Maybe they are just talking it. They just want to confuse people. Let me believe that part. Peter will be going back to PDP. I don't even know, honestly speaking, on what ground. Is it on the ground in case if he doesn't have a political party? Just like Darlington said, the only part I don't really agree is that, Peter Obi will be vice. He's actually making sense in as much as I don't want to, agree to that. If Atiku chooses to run, it's going to be different. It's going to be the same. That means he will lose and Peter Obi will lose. And those are the two things, APC will be praying to happen.
And, they're back to square one.
Yeah, they're going to be praying so that both of them will contest. But if Atiku doesn't contest, you will see that they will be in a panic mode. Somebody said that Peter Obi will be disqualified. I agree. They will try everything to disqualify him so that he will not be in the ballot, on the ballot this thing. So, but it's up to Nigerians anyway. They make that decision. I don't. If they really want to take over their country, they know what to do. But, my hands up.
Thank you, madam.
If the three of them should, if it becomes a three-horse race or more, see, let us really, because 2023, Tinubu was not tested. Everybody was just coming as fresh, what people are hyping Lagos achievement, which is nothing. It was it's like just a fib. But this time he has been in office and the people know that he can perform. So even if it's a three-horse race and the North that rigged him in have sort of withdrawn their accent or something like that, they don't want him anymore. So where is the winning with the vote that Tinubu
withdraw from Atiku?
No. I mean the North that rigged the Tinubu in are telling him now that no, we are no longer with you.
Withdraw their support from Tinubu.
Yes. So where is the?
They will give it to Atiku. They will give it to Atiku. They don't analyze the way you analyze.
No, what I'm saying is that where will the winning vote of Tinubu come from? I'm talking about Tinubu. That's why.
Can I answer you quickly?
Okay, hold on. Let me answer him. My brother, hold on. I better make you nervous. Dr. CM, you asking the one that he won, where did the vote come from?
It was rigged.
Exactly.
But then, you see, what I'm saying is that Tinubu has not been tested. It's like people were willing to give benefit of the doubt that this man is coming to do wonders. But now we've seen that he hasn't got capacity to do anything.
Let me tell you something. Remember that the election of Nigeria is not won by what you can do or what you have done. The truth of the matter is this. My only fear is that Tinubu wasn't in power and he won the election. Now he has control of everything. He has judiciary in his pocket. He has the INEC chairman in his pocket.
And the police.
Let even say, you might disagree with me, and Kush is okay. Let even say that Tinubu, let's say how many, 36 states. Let's say he only wins maybe 2 or 3 states, right? Tinubu can still win the election, but he's going to win it by rigging. And once the INEC chairman announces that result, that's it. He would gonna tell you, go to court. And when you go to court, who is in charge of the judiciary? Tinubu. So that's another thing, a lot of people will be talking about, that we want, just like Peter Randy, and I said this yesterday, he has been talking about this, the electoral reform, so that the results will be announced immediately after counting the votes, each coalition center, instead of you waiting or before you hear the word, a technical glitch. Okay, God knows what they're going to tell us again. Technical glitch. Up to today, we don't know what that technical glitch, what happened. So there are so many ways they can rig the election. And that's why they know that they will do everything to remove Peter Obi out of, make sure that Peter Obi is either three-way race or Peter Obi is completely out of the distance. So I don't know how that's going to happen, but we'll watch and see.
All right, thank you, Madam Ifi. We are becoming politicians. We are becoming sharp analysts. We are doing a very good job. So this is what we want. So I think we are heading somewhere. Dr. CM, you asked a question, and you said He wasn't tested. You are talking as if we are talking as if he wasn't tested. So we now allowed him to ring. That's the presumption. We didn't allow him to ring. Then there was a meeting he organized in Ogun State where he was talking to, I think, traditional rulers somewhere in Ogun State. He dared Tinubu he dared APC to there. I don't know the secrets he knows about them. He tapped his chest to say, something Olule, something Olule. He tried to say, Olule.
Olule means he failed. He's talking to Buhari.
He failed. Now then he tapped his chest to tell you, it's my turn. Do you know in the last dispensation, city president was not even for Tinubu? Buhari didn't want Tinubu. Actually, he wanted Osinbajo initially. Later, he was dancing towards Amechi because of the money. Port Harcourt money, and then Amechi brought to bankroll his electionary campaign. Later, being the tribal and religious bigot he is, at the 11th hour, he was dancing towards Lawal. That was where his confusion started. At a point, he was neither here nor there. So that was where the likes of El-Rufai, at a point they said they were confused. It took the likes of El-Rufai to break that genes, to penetrate the heart of Buhari, where he told them to go support anybody they wanted. That was why El-Rufai had the guts to organize the knot behind Tinubu. So that's by the wayside. Now, coming to how Tinubu is going to win. Tinubu being the mafia and the political criminal that he is, he knows he's not waiting for the people. If something happened to you, whether anybody die or something happen, there are 3 stages. Denial stage or something. The medical personnel here, Madam Ifi will know better. They have gone beyond that. At a point they were at their denial stage. Now, they are dealing with the fact that this guy, Obedient, we thought it was 2 people tweeting from a room, actually won us in Lagos and Abuja. Now, Tinubu is not waiting for what happened in 2023 to repeat itself. So, Tinubu knows his vote, his support will not come from the people. No, the notes don't even tell him early enough to let him know say enough is enough. Look at what he's going to do. I told you initially, there was something I made. I said, rigging has gone institutional. You see, the Inspector General of Police was an ugly to Tinubu from 1999 to 2007. So that man is long overdue for retirement. The reason why Tinubu is keeping that man is because of dirty job like the one they did in Edo. One side, one institution there. The second institution, INEC. Mahmoud, if you feel Mahmoud will soon go. Mahmoud's time will soon expire. He will not be there till 2027. They are already preparing somebody from Ekiti or any of the Yoruba states to replace him. If you think Mahmoud was bad, the one that will come next will be worse than Inspector General of Police. What he's doing, what he did in Edo, what Inspector General of Police is to the next one that will come will be like MC Oluomo to Tinubu. Mark today's date. I'm giving you the institutional ringing that will happen. That is number 2 institution. The third institution, I just hope it doesn't even get there. The Supreme Court, let me bring court last. INEC has constituted today. INEC is full of their party APC card carrying members, their brothers, their sisters, their cousins, their cronies, their houseboys and housegirls. As INEC, the INEC you have today, this was the mistake we made in Edo. That was exactly what I said yesterday. When people are saying, oh, why hold PVC on one hand, hold Stone on the other hand, my brother, if we can't act now, if we want there's anything we want to do in 2027, we should start correcting them now. That was the mistake we made in Edo. Do you know, people were aware that Wike's cousin was coming to Edo. I wasn't aware, my brother. I got wind of that in a day or two to election. I was asking somebody. He said they have been aware since about a year ago. I'm like, you knew this fact. You thought that man was going to work for you, or you thought he was going to work against Wike or PDP. That man was not just Wike's cousin. He was a card-carrying member of APC. He has actually worked with Wike when he was a governor. So you are, you were aware of this fact. You allowed this thing to continue, thinking he was going to.
Omorui, there's something there's something I want you to also consider. Maybe not, if not now, maybe later you consider it in
So let me
future.
just ask before you start. The last institution is where the another armed robber is waiting to finish whoever that is coming is the appeal and the Supreme Court. I hand over to you, man. You carry off there.
Okay, Omorui, what I want, some of these things, people also, I read a lot of things. Now, some people are saying, let's say it works in 3-horse race as we are carrying on now. By the time it gets to next year, if he's still going 3-horse race, and Tinubu may juggle his card and find out that he may not win, it doesn't mean that 3-horse race may always go against P2B and the article if it works that way. He may not win. They say he will not play the restructuring card to reduce. Somebody was saying this. He will play the restructuring. That restructuring Nigeria, he will just restructure immediately, fast, so that the power of the presidency at least will not be reduced, so that whoever is taking over from him, it might not be as the presidency that he inherited that the person will inherit. I don't know how good, but
like a 6-year single tenure.
He said like what? Like
a 6-year single tenure for presidency.
Okay, yeah. They're saying apart from single tenure, you reduce the power of the presidency, all those things they control, and the resource control mainly, whereby you use your resources to every area, control your resources, pay either 50 or 60% to the center, at least to calm nerves down. So somebody said this might always be, because do you know why I say this? You remember Ozekome committee, this Petrots. They've been before to tell Tinubu, I think that was last year, on the need to restructure Nigeria. The reply Tinubu gave them was, his priority now is the economy, to get the economy stable or running. Not that he dismissed them, but he said this will be the priority now. But according to Professor Michael Zekome, he said they are going back now to compel him that is much more urgent. That without this, he needs this to achieve that economic revamping that he wants. That he needs to do this restructuring based on the way they framed it. There will be what they call a referendum, National Referendum Commission, whereby all these things they put in together, sort of sieve them from a National Constitutional Conference of 2014, then check which other one, 1963 Constitution. That's the way he named it when I listened to him. So he said when they sieve it, they now have the Constituent Assembly, which will now be from every ethnic group. Then they now have National Reconciliation Commission. So all these things could be done within 3 months. So they want
Would this one come before election or after the election? Before the
election, yes. It is necessary to be done before the election, yes. So, but and that is what the meeting they had, I think earlier this month in Jan, and I think last 2 weeks or last week. You are aware. So I know such things. Tinubu may put it in the cooler because there are a lot of cards to play. If this man is so clear that he's going to do second term, they say he may do it. The restructuring is the second term. But if the pressure did not, because what I'm still have the feeling that, insofar as the North that rigged him in 2023 have told him openly they don't need him anymore, that they are going to work against him, Tinubu may not score even the so-called not central, because everybody will be rigging. It doesn't mean they will just keep quiet. Tinubu will come and be rigging in Kano and rig all this. No, it won't work. So what I'm saying is that Tinubu may keep this card to his chest. By next year, if he now feels that the way things are going, I may not win this thing and then I may not win. Let me throw in this restructuring. You throw it in, and then that will now be what is going to do. So that's what I'm saying. But to me, I have more faith in that restructured regionalism than in any other thing else. I don't care if we'll be later getting after regionalism, because I understand that during this coalition, what will be proposed to them when they were having the meeting was, Obi was not, before he stayed a single term of 4 years, he was telling them that this coalition should be about how to change the order of things in Nigeria. One, whoever is coming in by 2027 should not do one term. Let it be one term of 5 years. Two, power should rotate across the 6 geopolitical zones. Three, the power of the presidency, in other words, who is coming 2027, whatever it is worth, should be able to reduce the power of the presidency. All those 67 items on the agenda, I have to decentralize it. I don't think it went down with them. Because I remember Obi saying one time that he's running to reduce the power of the presidency. And to me, that is, Nigeria needs more of a restructuring than saying that we are going to get a center as a leader the way it is now. If the system is really not overburdened, made the way it should be, well, somebody might say, you don't care who becomes the president. As long as the resources with which you use to develop and do your thing, and you are in total control. The legislature is now unicameral, one. And they shouldn't, I think they said, and the Patriot recommended no more than 15 ministries, not more than 15. So all these federal ministries, Tinubu is ballooning to 42 or 48, should not be more than 15. So that alone is also something that is worth looking into. So I had somebody saying that will be Tinubu's card he will play, because to me it will be dangerous for the North with this the way they are to take over with the Nigeria the way the structure is. They will even be more nepotistic than Buhari and Tinubu put together. That is just what my gut feeling is telling me, which I wouldn't tolerate. Peter Obi on his own wouldn't like to be nepotistic. He would like to do things to build the economy, make things move very fast, and then set the pace. But the North is coming with the intention to consolidate power. And this time they will now say, okay, if Tinubu can do nepotism, they can take it to higher heights, and then the power is there. You don't know what they're going to do. So Tinubu might use this restructuring, if he felt that he's going to lose, to sort of throw it in and say, well, this is what I have to do after all, Nigeria needs it. But if he's so clear with his calculation and permutation that he's going to get a second term, he's still going to do it, but he will now wait till the second term. So these are some of the things I hear people say, and some analysis people make, write about. Yeah.
Dr. Siem, beautiful analysis, but I want to disagree with you. A little. You see, beautiful analysis though. But then, whether he believe, these politicians, they are incurable optimists. Yeah. That was the reason Atiku did what he did in to destabilize the PDP when he went against their zoning system. You know his calculation. His calculation was that Tinubu and Obi will share the South. He was already celebrating that the Northern bloc vote would be for him, that would do the winning for him. But at the end of the day, he was taken unaware, right? He was beaten to his game. So Tinubu, nothing will convince Tinubu that he's going to lose. Even if anything convinces him that he's going to lose, he cannot even attempt what you just suggested towards election. If he has anything in mind towards a restructuring and everything, now he knows they're already angry, right? He saw all of them complaining of lopsided appointment and everything, nepotism and whatever. When their brother was there to the Buhari, they never complained. So Tinubu knows the game. So, and he wants to win by all means. I was in one of their forums recently. I pointed certain things out. I said, look at what Tinubu fought against when he was a young senator in 1992, between 92 and 93. If he had the gut to challenge ABB, if he had the gut to talk of restructuring, state police and this and that, now he has the power, everything at his disposal. Why is he not doing those things? Look at the information coming from former Secret Service member, the list of those sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria that came from Dubai. Look at what Gardima said recently, the agenda for sending Buhari. They had two agenda. One was the two agenda. One, the first agenda was to seize power through the barrel of the gun. The other option was to seize power through the ballot. They now felt it would be difficult to seize power through the barrel because Obasanjo has decentralized Nigerian army and everything. They opted for the latter. for the former, which for the latter, which was through the ballot. My question to them was that now that Tinubu is here, I expected somebody like Galadima to be arrested and be questioned. We have enough information at our disposal to deal with this insurgency and terrorism, restructuring and otherwise. He's very close to Tinubu, destroyed that Tinubu supporter. He said, I'm not talking like a politician. And Tinubu will not touch any of those things. That if he does any of those things, he will not smell 2027, they will kill him. I'm like, okay. So we are helpless in Nigeria then. Everybody will talk like, I'm coming to do something. When you are there, you begin to say they will kill him. So he doesn't have the courage to do what he believes in. So it's just to remove West subsidy, make people suffer, give more money to fellow criminal governors like himself. Is that what he has the courage to do? He said, I'm not talking like a politician, that Tinubu will not try any of those things you just enumerated. So not even towards 2027. So that makes that your analysis, falls flat on his face.
Anyway, the thing is, I mean, it's really not that is casting, it's a cast iron guarantee or so. But like I told you, I'm just throwing it in because I had people.
If he would do anything like that, if we attempt anything like that, it would be after he has 1 second tenure. That is, he's not coming back. But can I even shock you? The kind of akpabulized National Assembly we have right now. Somebody was here yesterday arguing with us, comparing Obasanjo's era with Tinubu's era. I said they are two different things. In terms of judiciary, in terms of INEC, in terms of everything, they are two different things. So, if this mafia, if this criminal needs third term, do you know this Akpabulai Senate will sign it for him? Do you believe me? Do you agree with me, bro?
Yes, Akpabio, they will damn the consequence because they are too daring. This Senate, they are too daring. Yes,
institutions were so formidable, Obasanjo, that despite the gallon of gold that were brought to the floor of the house, it didn't work out because we had the likes of Ken Unomani. We had the formidable senators that could stand up and say, enough of this nonsense. We don't have such an institution these days.
You make me laugh when I remember certain things. That was why Obasanjo, in one of his when he was addressing, said, National Assembly is the biggest gang of robbers, unarmed robbers Nigeria has. So when he was saying it, he said they pay themselves what they like. They give themselves approved contract that it won't be done as constituency project. He said a lot of things. So in the end, he said they are. So when they want to reply him, they said Obasanjo is mistaking certain things, that it is not this current National Assembly that duped him when he wanted to top.
That was a big reminder.
He said it was a misdirect. He said it's misdirected. What they call it? Is it you misdirecting your anger or whatever? So I think this was
transfer of anger.
He said it was during the. he said, and it was the National Assembly under Goodluck Jonathan. So in an attempt to get to Goodluck, where he was saying, was writing all those letters to Jonathan, open letter, before it is too late, all those nonsense. So he was addressing the National Assembly. He said, the real unarmed robber, the greatest of them in Nigeria is here. Say this is where the real loot everything. He called them the unprintable names. He said they pay themselves. Everybody, senator goes home with 30 million naira. House of Reps, but no, senator 20 million. That was then. House of Assembly 10 million, and they pay themselves whatever they like, increase it, pass it as bill, and then pay themselves. Then approve a constituency project for themselves. Whether they do it or not, they will be the contractor, or they bring a proxy to be the contractor that will execute the project, because the deal. He said that is why the contract cannot move forward. So when he finished, I thought the senators will be there. They said, no. They said Obasanjo is mistaken to it. They say it is not this present that gives you.
Yeah, that was a good reminder. Let me tell you, somebody was here last night. We were here arguing about comparing Obasanjo but as desperate as Obasanjo was for third tenure, as a do-or-die politician that he was, he was still far better than this mafia you have today.
No, it's true. No,
Look, let me tell you certain things he did. Obasanjo was in search of the best of the brains. He didn't mind where their ethnic nationality.
No,
he was the one that he searched for the likes of Okoji and Iweas of this world.
Yeah,
the Soludos of this world. The other one, the other young man, the information minister, the young one, the other one for road safety. You know, he was looking for the best of brain to form his cabinet, right? You know,
and there was result, and they had result.
Good one. So even the judiciary, there were things he could not mess with. Even Obi himself, you know, I alluded to that fact that under Obasanjo, he did not interfere with the court process. That was why he was able to win. But somebody yesterday was trying to fight me over look at what Obi achieved under Obasanjo. I say Obi could achieve all those things under Obasanjo because of he allowed institutions to run. Was he perfect? He wasn't perfect. But there were certain things there were certain boundaries he could not cross.
Even Jonathan, even Jonathan did it because Oshomole was under ACN. He won in Edo State. Jonathan said he should be sworn in. I remember
exactly.
when we used to joke, when we used to yabe Oshomole then, he said, no, is it Wike? He said they were in cabinet. Yes, Oshomole came to thank Jonathan for allowing one man, one vote in Edo. No, it's true.
Exactly.
It's true. This is pure dictator and the evil and wickedness. That
exactly.
is what is so crude and very crude. That is what is annoying me. It's not even Obasanjo in his own, but Obasanjo allowed the institution at least to work to some extent. In terms of interfering, he didn't, and Obasanjo achieved results. Look at the economy, best in Africa, and it was like he used to say in those days when he is going out to talk with all these world leaders. He will tell Okonjo-Iweala to prepare a presentation on economy. So by the time he finished, Okonjo-Iweala finished presenting it, then Obasanjo will speak. So those people will now say that Nigeria is serious and they're everything. You know, sort of showing them transparency because you have a capable hand. That is the most important thing. The major undoing of Tinubu is that the man, there is no talent in your district. That's why El-Rufai, in criticizing, El-Rufai say, look at El-Rufai, when they were asking him, say, El-Rufai, are you not are you not bitter that you should have been part of the cabinet, but Tinubu dropped you because of the screening in the in the House of Senate? El-Rufai say it's even good that I didn't join them. He said, if not, I would have been struggling to explain certain things this administration is doing because I can't be able to explain it. He said, by the way, look at the cabinet. Who can you recognize there? There's no Okonjo-Iweala there. There's no where is all Ezekwesili in that cabinet? Because El-Rufai served with these people under Obasanjo in cabinet as minister for FCT. So all of them meet in cabinet every Wednesday. He knows who
discuss issues. Meaningful issues with tangible results.
And then you see people presenting a memo from one ministry. All of them will discuss it. The one that will approve, the one that is not approved, they will debate it.
Brainstorming from one idea to the other. Oh, the kicker him out.
I don't know. I think his connection, or maybe he mistakenly pushed something.
Hey, you don't push something. You don't remove it.
What I want to say is this. I don't know what happened to my listen. What I want to say is that, Obasanjo did all that. I mean, his government, was fairly okay. He had a plan. He had the technocrats around him, which was good. But the problem is that what we see today is the seeds he sowed. The seeds he sowed. That same National Assembly was a National Assembly that he bastardized with money.
With corruption.
It's a National Assembly. He created unrest from the first Senate president. The people wanted to vote Okadibo. He changed the whole thing. They brought in Evans, Evans, we didn't know which one was correct. Somehow they removed him, brought Adolphus Wabara, he puts a gun on him. The man now resigns in his parlor, So he created a lot of mayhem because he didn't want Okadibo, because Okadibo will not listen to what he's saying. Okadibo will tell him,
Okadibo was
Mr. President.
Very vibrant.
Yeah, Okadibo will tell him, Mr. President, This is not how you run here. We run our own democracy here. This is what we'll say. We'll push it back. It was in that same Senate that people wanted to impeach the president. That's when there was Senate now. People like Okadibu cannot be pushed around. Do you get me? So
Yes, you are right.
Obasanjo was the person that pushed money into that place, bastardized the system, initiated all those corruption in the Senate. Now he's crying foul. But you have sowed the seed. Thank God he's alive now to be seeing it. Tomorrow, he has his own good things. I'm not saying that he doesn't have a good side. He tried his best to stabilize the economy, to bring the technocrats, but there are other things that he should have institutionalized, and that was our electioneering process. He should have made our elections. Yes, the way he bastardized our elections, is what created the monster that we are trying to remove. And if not that a man like Yaradua took ownership and said, of a truth, the election that brought me in is flawed. And so we need to now create electoral reforms. But he didn't live enough to see it. If not, I believe that man. Yeah, greetings. So I believe that man would have been able to sanitize our electoral positions and set us on a right footing. But his deputy did not have the fortitude within him to do it.
Sometimes Obasanjo becomes comical when I listen to some of video clips I used to see. There was a symposium, think abroad. They were asking Obasanjo, does he has anything? What does he has against his deputy Atiku? To the extent that Obasanjo said, no, I have nothing against Atiku as a person, but it's just that his attitude to leadership and statecraft. That people are asking me, why didn't I endorse Atiku? Obasanjo, the man can be raw. He said, with all the things I know about Atiku, if I endorse him, God will punish me.
Of course, he knows. He know. Atiku's problem was Atiku is a typical northern politician who has money, influence. Atiku would have been, yes, he will bring technocrats, definitely. Atiku will bring technocrats because he has sound mind. Atiku will be far better than what we have now. But Atiku is embedded in corruption. He's embedded in it, like he breathes it.
But that was
so Atiku had real issues with the oil theft.
That was if Atiku. All these things we are saying, if Atiku had taken over around 2007 with his marbles intact, not the Atiku
even now. So the problem was that Obasanjo is a very vendetta human being. All right. Prior to the second term, the Northerners, the same thing they are doing now. And that's why sometimes that's what Tinubu is using to create this Southern-Northern divide, is that anytime a Southerner is in charge, the North will start playing a funny game. Now, during the time of Obasanjo, the 19 Northern governors of the PDP they started Sharia, but they came to Atiku and told him to take over the government, that they are going to support him. They are going to support him to win the election. So that means go against your boss. So when OBJ knew that, OBJ went and begged Atiku.
It's true.
OBJ went to kneel down before Atiku and beg him that please don't leave me. Because if you leave me, the 19 governors and because OBJ did not have political structure. Understand that Atiku was in charge of the PDM structure.
They brought him out of prison.
It's true.
Yeah. So Atiku was in charge of the PDM structure, which was the structure of the elder Yaradua. So the 19 governors had to beg, and then Atiku said, look, allow him to run his 4 years. I'm already behind him. After his 4 years,
there are more than 19.
After his 4 years, he's going to hand. Yeah, I know that. After his 4 years, he's going to hand over to me. But that was the greatest mistake of Atiku. and that mistake, he couldn't recover from it. That mistake opened a lot of things. And by second term, they ostracized him. He became like a houseboy. He was not even a houseboy. They didn't even give a houseboy work. They just abandoned him. And so Atiku had to play his last card, which OBJ has not forgiven him. Atiku pumped money into that House of Assembly and Senate to cripple the third term tenure. So these are the things that Atiku did, apart from the financial misdemeanor which he was doing, that OBJ now vowed that you will not sit on this seat. And so what did OBJ do? Instead of OBJ to look at Nigeria and say, okay, what's the best roadmap for Nigeria? I want to hand over to a northerner. So OBJ looks at the north and finds two individuals in the north, because then that was when Odili was, campaigning, everything. And OBJ say, look, Nigeria is not for sale. All right? If you like, give all. And this thing that Wike is doing, somebody has done it before. Odili has done it and got a damage. So it's like Wike is not a student of, history.
Yes.
All right? So they brought in those. The OBJ had the chance to bring in a leader that will lead us. Now he forces the Katsina man, Yaradua, to become president. Meanwhile, there were two candidates, Yaradua and McAfee. Two of them would have been a better, but McAfee is healthier. But he decided no, he prefers the Katsina man. Why? Because he has the PDM structure, which is the Atiku structure. I will break that family. And then he brings in one of their members, which is Yaradua. But Yaradua is like a leader that is fostered because he's sick. Then he says, okay, he needs a Southern candidate. Yeah, he needs a Southern candidate. 3 candidates were proposed to him. They proposed him Odili, Donald Duke, and Charles Soludo. Say pick any of these 3 vice presidents to attach to Yaradua. He felt that Odili will basically sell Yaradua, because Odili is smart, is fast, is wily, and all that. Yaradua would just leave the whole thing for Odili, and Odili is like, he's a paymaster. So he needed somebody to appeal the South and that to come. And then Donald Duke. But he refused he didn't want Donald Duke. Donald Duke would have been one of the best presidents we ever see. And so he goes to pick the man from Otweke. And picks him in, brings in a puppet, somebody that whatever he says is somebody that is calm, will not create any problems for the Yaradua network. And then basically OBJ was to become the godfather. So this godfatherism, he also promoted it. So the problem with all these leaders, and that's why sometimes, I go against somebody like Kenneth Okonkwo, who wants P2B sometimes to act like a godfather. P2B is trying to avoid that.
Mm-hmm.
That, it's easy to act as a godfather. But the problem is that sometimes you make very delicate mistakes that you are not seeing exactly very clearly. You have a lot of blind spots.
Well, even if you think it through, sometimes it does backfire, and when it fails and backfires, people won't take
so
it.
Obasanjo, this problem we are having today, Obasanjo is front and center in the heart of it. I know he's trying to rectify his ways, he did good. He did good in many areas, debt renewal, bringing in technocrats, trying to balance the military, trying to balance, his appointments. Nobody can say his appointments were one-sided. No, his appointments was very balanced. All right. So in terms of being detribalized, I will give him those tick. All right. Where we see tribalism was from the Buhari years till now. It's the worst we have seen. Buhari just skewed to the north. This guy skewed to Lagos boys. So at the end of the day, when you do things like this, it's front and center bigotry on a national scale that's never been seen before. So this thing now is they not trying to fight back as they always do. But the problem why the South is very skeptical of them, and that is the window Tinubu is trying to use, that, oh, they always fight the South when the Southerner is there. But the truth is that this Southerner is completely rubbish. It's completely not equipped to be there. All right. But we will still not back a Northern president at this time. And that's what the North needs to hear. That yes, we know that the Southern guy currently is not the person we want there, but does not mean that we will back a Northern presidential candidate. And Atiku needs to get it in his brain, full stop. And that's why there's a resistance. If not by now, ADC would have been flagging him. But ADC cannot flag him because he's not carried. It has not passed the pop test. It has not passed any test. They are trying to find a way to pass it. No way. There's no way. If not, Atiku would have been making noise now. But he cannot make noise because the current climate does not allow it. The climate is resisting it. The atmosphere of Nigeria is resisting an Atiku presidency. It's as clear as that. So Atiku only has to look at himself and say, you know what? I've done my best in terms of Nigeria. I've done what I can do. Now, I need to back the right horse so that I will still have political relevance. People will still come and greet me. I will still have influence. Because right now, his influence is even waning in Adamawa, where he comes from.
My friend. Let me say, because Atiku Obasanjo something. The disagreement between Atiku and Obasanjo spilled in the open to the extent that I remember Atiku saying in those days. He said, "When the head of the fish is spoiled, what do you expect the body to be?" Referring to Obasanjo, because their disagreement was in the open. She had that second when Obasanjo entered second term, it was like that. So they know. And that's why Obasanjo has. In fact, somebody told me, if it's a secret, that as long as Obasanjo is alive, Atiku will never be president.
But
he
OBJ
locked the
had
door.
the
He locked the
chance.
door and threw the key. I guess Atiku into the ocean.
Yeah, but my problem with OBJ is that you had the chance to silence
to do better.
Tinubu. You had the chance to silence Tinubu with your EFCC and all that, and you did nothing.
You did nothing.
Because he was selfish. Because he was selfish. Because in the second term, he needed the Southwest votes.
Yeah, exactly.
In the second term, he needed that Southwest votes. So he became sympathetic against attacking T-Pain. Because he wanted to, and T-Pain only had to hold Lagos because he swept the whole of the Southwest. The AD was completely gone. But that is when you become president, you now focus on Tinubu and say, this man has corrupt things, because you can see it. So that is why I think what Omoye said is correct. There's much more than we can even understand. All right. There are people that have kept Tinubu relevant to this time, so that he will be used as a tool in the Nigerian space. And that's why, as it stands now they are complaining to IMF. Oh, IMF, you told us this, and now we are doing it. Why? So that means basically the country is not being run by these people. Oh. The country is run outside.
Exactly. The voice of Israel, the house of Jacob.
So at the end of the day, the suffering we are suffering is just, and it tells you that these people have no heart for us. They don't care.
Do you people?
And IMF not thinking that you gave this person the complete keys, the keys to the port. You gave them the keys to the vote. What do you expect him to do? To manage it? He will be reasonable with it. No, he's not going to be reasonable because he has no sense. So he's going to just open it and say, do whatever you want, man. Do whatever you want. At the end of the day, all he wants to know is that I have ruled Nigeria for 8 years. And by the time he finishes his 8 years, and you see all the things he has set in motion, you can't even probe him. Which Nigerian president has been probed? Obasanjo should be probed. Goodluck Jonathan should be probed. Buhari that was late should be probed. They went to hold the finance minister. You should probe the presidency.
One thief does not probe another thief.
Do people think what I'm thinking? Tinubu goes to IMF for World Bank. He needs loan, 18 point something billion or so they give him. Normally the thing with loan is that you must present a collateral. Are you sure? Is it not the so-called oil and gas that Nigeria has that they are battering? Because that is the only collateral Nigeria can tender to get a loan. To me, that is the only collateral, because it doesn't mean that when you want to go and take a loan from all these IMF as a guarantor, you come and then they say, "Oh, Tinubu is here. What do you need? I need a loan of this." They give you. There must be some collateral.
No, we have actually we have potentials that can.
He
We are
uses
creating what?
security. Hello.
Yes,
He uses security to do collateral.
He said using security.
Yes, insecurity. Have you
How?
ever
No,
seen him?
we are creating what? We are creating what? Nigeria is a big nation. We have potentials.
Can you allow me to land, please?
Okay, explain that, because I know I don't get what.
Have you ever seen him say anything? I mean anything about the death of the soldiers, about the death that is happening every blessed day? Have you ever heard him say anything?
No.
Do you know how many soldiers they slaughtered? How can they go? How many times have they attacked military base and cut away with all ammunition and nothing is being said?
That's true. I know that, but I'm asking the thing is, I'm saying
they are taking villages every day, displaying people from the villages every day, and he's saying nothing.
That's true. I know. We know that. Yes.
Who are those behind it? Who are those supplying the guns? Who are those bringing helicopter to drop things there? And yet, you see, I reserve my comments.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, I feel that to give a loan, whether in a bank or anything, the primary way to get a loan is you present collateral to whoever is giving you.
Why if they tell us say make it close the eye to do security? Are they not doing legal mining in the north? Why are they displaying our people from their villages? Why? North, east, and south, nowhere.
There's enough collateral. I suppose what
he has never uttered a word. He has never.
I suppose what Madam H.O. is saying.
He has never dismissed his chief of staff. What are you telling me? You are asking for what they used to do collateral. They use the life of Nigeria to do collateral.
But that is informal. Normally, you see, understand.
But Augustine,
yes. You just only they're interested. If they take over your village, begin to mine their mineral resources. Is that not collateral? What are you saying?
Well, it's unfortunate if they have to dribble Tinubu to that corner and they are now using
really? Illegal. Do they care?
No, I'm coming.
They don't care.
See, at the end of the day, it's about, okay, there are some monies that are legal, like IMF, and there are some monies that are not going to be, some borrowing that are not going to be legal. All right? Like the coastal road you see, that one is payment for the boys who have supported you with everything, the Chagori brothers. All right? That one, you give me this, I give you this. That one is not IMF loan. Now you also think of the resources. All right, so you put in your resources. If you go to IMF, you say, okay, this is what you're going to do. Then IMF will tell you, okay, how do you get our money back? They'll tell you, do this tax, do this one, we'll collect our money back. Now, the people behind the IMF, the force behind the IMF is also what you think. Who are those? The European forces and the West, America. All right, those two, they need some things. They need bases. They need military bases. They need inroads into the Sahel. They need a lot of things. All right. And they need you to also close your eyes to some other things that will be happening across the Sahel. All right. You now agree because you want legitimacy. This man was a man looking for legitimacy. This man was a man that when he won election, is looking for legitimacy from the West. So what do you do? Yeah. You go to France. France will tell you, okay, for us to give you support and all that from IMF and all that, because their money will go through IMF. This is what you need to do. You have to ensure this happens in Burkina Faso. You have to give us
You know, he was
inroads
almost
here.
going into
You have to
war.
give
You
us
know, he was
inroads
almost
here.
going into war with Niger.
That was it.
So at the end of the day, there's a lot of things that they put as bargaining chip. And is this somebody that wheels and deals? Yes, somebody that is allegedly into some kind of St. Lucia business. You expect him to be somebody that wheels and deals.
So
basically, yeah.
Which
So
means,
Is very transactional.
Which means
it's transactional. So there's nothing. He can transact with anything.
Because we have a vulnerable criminal as president, the West can easily manipulate him for whatever they need. So it's dangerous, to be honest with you. No wonder Nigeria is sliding without him saying anything. No wonder. Because it's like he just at their beck and call.
Yes, because he's the leverage that they have. It's the leverage that they have. So if you have a person with alleged criminal things on his neck, you get me? So how does the West work with him? They work with him underground, on the back end. Because if he says this, they will threaten him with this. They'll say, if you do this, we'll release your records. So he will say, okay, why is it that those records have never come out? They just use it. They use it as a bargaining chip. If you do like this, we'll throw our records. Then he will come back. He will do what they want. That's all.
Recently, they wanted to release the record, but a few days ago, last week, they went to court, and his lawyer got judgment that those records should not be released. Oh.
Exactly, because he has agreed to the terms. Agreement is agreement. According to Wiki, agreement is agreement. If you agree on their terms, they will tell the courts, okay, don't do anything. And also, even the Western courts are controlled. They say, okay, he has agreed that, so you know what, just put the judgment like this. You know, put the judgment in cool affairs. So he will respond to what we are saying. So that's why, no matter how Nigerians are crying, we are hungry, oh, this one, oh, that one, oh. It doesn't move anything. It's not moving no needle. The only needle that we move is when Nigerians stand up and say, we are changing it and we are disrupting it.
Okay, but as it is, all this loan he's taking is official. It is part of the money Nigeria should pay back one way or the other. And I can't put a finger on it to say, so far, this is our loan portfolio. This is how much Nigeria is owing or this and that. You see, we may not know how dangerous this startup transaction is because invariably the loan issue is not showing in the country. It's not. They are taking the loan.
Definitely. So the next president, whoever the next president is going to inherit all these debts and arrangements that he is not aware of. It's going to be a minefield. However, if you have a president that understands his roadmap, that this is where we go to, you can fight loans now. You can fight it. Obasanjo did his own willing and dealing, and a lot of the debts were relieved. So you can fight it in different ways. You can say, okay, that's fine. You know what? EFCC, hold on to Tinubu, stop all his assets. You rumple him and you collect that money back and pay. If you collect one or two of these big boys, their assets and properties and their movements and stop their oil dealings and oil refineries in Malta, you get the money back in 24 hours. It takes a man that has mind. In 24 hours, you collect that money back and you pay all those dues. So the problem is that we have not had leaders that have mind to do exactly what needs to be done. Because if you really will and deal, you will get the money back and you will pay those. It's just using innovative ways. You just need to be innovative. Of course, you will not come out and be shouting much. Okay, that's fine. The people that have done this willing and dealing against the interest and the interest of the Nigerian people, okay, that's fine. We'll collect people's houses. We'll collect people's assets. We'll block it in Europe. We'll stampede your means of any money. And then you will bring the money back. You bring the money back. Where are the Abacha loots? Where are they? Where nobody tells us what the Abacha loots have done. Do you know how much we lose every day on the refineries. The NNPC can never tell you this is how much they have refined or how much that comes into the coffers. So I'm not worried about the debt, because that one you can sit on a round table with a good team and you can go toe to toe with IMF. You can go toe to toe with them and tell them, you know what, if this not okay, why are they a small boy in Burkina Faso is rumpling them? A small boy that decides to say, I'm not doing it again. What will you do? That's what the boy is doing. The boy say, I'm not moving. I'm locking down Burkina Faso. Do whatever you want. So the truth is this: if you have a solid leader that is innovative, that knows what to do, you will recover the loot, you will pay back the debt, you will put back Nigeria on a roadmap. And that's why we say the man that can do it is very simple: PO or nothing. Because we know that he is not a spendthrift. Even his wife is tired of him. He only wear one shoe. We know that one. He's not going to spend money. He's going to be very strict on his belt. And that will help us navigate these murky waters. That's the truth. So it's going to be tough. I don't expect it to be any less tough for somebody like Peter Obi. He's going to see something he has never seen before. But if he has the mind to do it, in 2 years, he'll put Nigeria on the map of recovery. Simple. It's not the rocket science. By the time you hold all these men, they are afraid. All these Akpabio, they are afraid. By the time you put them on jail, they will start bringing the money out. And you repay your debt. It's a very simple thing. It's not hard. It's just very easy.
Bro, can I say something concerning this external dimension?
Okay.
Now, I'm happy you brought this external dimension to this conversation. If you see this, at which he removed subsidy, now we're not convinced that he wasn't serving the Nigerian interest, he was serving his paymaster's interest, external, paymaster's interest. Now, if you don't play this card, if you put this external factor into consideration, do you think who becomes Nigerian president is actually determined by Nigerians alone? This is my next question. And who among them do you think has the guts to challenge those powers that be talking about this external influence? Who among these people do you think has the guts?
Nigeria's election has always been external influence. Before the last 2023 election, I was on Dr. Damage's platform on the eve of the election. I said there are a few things that will determine the 2023 election. Number one, where are the 5 generals potting? The 5 generals, the top 5 generals in Nigeria, Guso, Obasanjo, and all of them. Where are they? Who are they? Who is the horse that they are backing? That's number one. Number two is, where is the Western world? Who is the Western world backing? All right.
What happened to this guy again?
Obi was called into that business meeting. Obi was called into that business meeting. I knew that he was going there to negotiate with the powers that be from the West. And when he came out of that negotiation, whatever happened, there's something he said during one of his interviews. He said there are some things he couldn't agree on. There are certain things that he cannot agree on. And as soon as he said that, I knew that.
When he went to Chatham House?
Not only Chatham House, not Chatham House. He went to a particular meeting in number 10 Downing Street, which is the headquarters of the Prime Minister. And he came out and said there are certain things he just cannot agree on. As soon as he said that, I knew that, okay, they are not backing him. They will back a horse that they can manipulate. That is the truth. So the truth is that the next 2027 election is left for the Nigerian people. I need to run, guys. Thank you very much for the chat. Thanks, Omoye.
Nice, listening to you, bro. Have a good night.
Even myself, I have to go and get ready for one thing. It's already morning here. But when we're all said and done, everything is still in play. All that we looked into today is based on development as they unfold. We sort of syndicate and synchronize. They say, look into it, syndicate, integrate, and then wait for next development. Because
CM, let's not console ourselves. If there's anything we have to do in 2027, we should start doing them now. We should start doing them now.
You go with
Occupy
the
that
flow.
Senate. Occupy that Senate. Protest whatever we can protest right now. If we're not doing anything right now, if nothing changes between 2027, we should not expect a different result. Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
Okay, but Amaru, you see, you still cannot run back more than your shadow. As things pan out, you do because you have to, as the things develop, then you look at it and then use it to either to reinforce what you had before or sort of reshuffle and then say this is how it's gonna pan out.
Bro, CM, I think the greatest mistake we are making, the greatest mistake I think we are making as a people, we think when politicians are meeting, they are there to discuss our interests. They are meeting for our sake. This is our problem. Until we begin to meet as a people, to have the people's genuine conference, we go nowhere as a people. We wait for whatever the politicians are doing, and we react later when it's too late. We cannot continue like this and get a different result. Thank you, my brother. I don't want to deceive you. We don't rub my sins, but this is the bitter truth. We must face we must confront what is confronting us for us to get to the next level. Thank you, everybody. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, comrade. I really appreciate. I don't talk, I don't exhaust myself.
Thank you, my sister. God bless you. Gulu gulu. You give us time, don't talk.
Amaru, this comrade tag where you debut, I think saying that during military where they do a luta. Is still the beer comrade now? Is it still necessary to be?
Oh God, our luta was very strong. That is what we get now.
Oh my God.
Our hope was very strong.
I have to ask now because I know say comrade.
Oh God, what's comrade is always a comrade. It's just that they cost well now. When they come back, I call the beer comrade. The OFC will call the beer comrade. That make us call the remove them. We were very strong.
Okay. Well, it just. Oh well, at least I know where you're coming from. I agree. No, it's no problem. No, beside the straw. I know one beer the tag shall it fit you, but only I just wanted to know whether
that like the Kabaka own no, MC Oloma own no. This one different.
Whether that one never outlive in usefulness.
Adam Oshomole no bu na time, comrades.
Now that one even deceive us pass. If I remember what I do for that man, I go just say I do. If you see power will fall for that man, I don't know.
When Oshomole was governor, there are certain things where they talk I agree. But as Oshomole no come be governor, he can't be pretty useless when they talk. Now he just they pain me now. When Oshomole was governor, there are certain things.
Do you know that guy got that power almost on the platter of gold? He don't suffer anything, no. They backroll him, they finance him, do everything for him. Has the market changed 360 degrees? He surprised me.
And when they don't come out for because I seen they talk, they talk like person will be Ray Jagudana when in the talk.
Now Jaguda did before, we don't know. Most of us that were not too close to him were deceived. So we were suffering under PDP, we were under bondage under PDP. As soon as we just needed it, we were tired of PDP, share the money. So we came from a looter. We don't graduate now, they enter free world. We don't make mistake for 1999. They already hijacked the power. So within the state, we're thinking of what can we do now? So most of us that had the guts to challenge PDP, we're just tired. If we went into PDP to understand what was going on there, whether it was a court or something, they beat us for meeting. If we challenge a leader, not that talk, we won't talk. When 2 or 3 talk will just raise me up. They land me one day. It took me like 5 minutes to recover from the ground. So we got the world understand what did happen. So they don't. If you challenge leader for PDP meeting, you're in trouble now. Who be you when you go talk? Now they go do the opening prayer. Now they go talk. Now they go do the finishing prayer. I'm like, is this from a court? We can't penetrate them. So we can't begin to understand what did happen. So we knew we were not going to continue like that. We just needed the voice. We had the courage. We needed the voice like Oshomole. As soon as he came to Edo, we thought Messiah has come. Even the house when he stayed for Bini, we rent for her. We gather money rent house for Oshomole for Bini. People hearing me now will attest to what I'm saying. The same Obaseki when he come fight later, Obaseki raised the first good millions and this has went for Oshomole. So he got almost everything on the platter of gold on people's goodwill. He wrote on people's goodwill just to. He was broke. He wasn't having anything. That was even first challenge he brought before. I said, I'm just a civil servant. I don't have money. They tell us, don't worry. The Edo Renaissance in Benin and in Lagos met and said, You just give us the yes. Forget about the finance. That guy was as lucky as that. Now when they tell you, say, if you join APC, your sins are forgiven, and God will punish her.
Una say una no want a military coup. Una say military na tyrant. Where do una come get now? Civilian coup and a tyrant.
Madam, if you pass through what we pass through, you know, we talk about military, but what we do, except to somebody like a Traore. Except you're talking about something like Traore.
Wait, the thing when my senior boyfriend, Chief Tinubu, they do so. He different from military coup. He different.
It's good as you talk this thing now, Mama hate you. You know, when you say senior boyfriend, that presupposes that you have a junior boyfriend. You know?
No, they look for junior boyfriend. I never see junior boyfriend. So that senior boyfriend I get. I see they look for junior boyfriend.
I think that for junior person they graduate reach senior.
No, this one. It
just happened. It just happened.
This one, my children they follow her. And if they call and the other different name, they go they vest and to rescue them for in hand, go there easy. So I have to give a sweet name so that the children go to say, I still love this thief when they follow. Now I make.
Okay. So vacancy there for junior now for person.
Vacancy there plenty for junior boyfriend. Application should be lining up.
CM, why are you so concerned about that issue? Why are you so interested?
No, I just we do analysis now. When person says senior, you
analysis for statistic.
From politics now, you are deviating into, I don't know where you are going. I don't know that area you are going to.
No, now you they go that side. Me, I know they go anywhere.
Who be this senior boyfriend then? Who be this senior boyfriend then?
You say that Tinubu. So maybe in a week ago be junior. Maybe.
That's one when he dream pass a supply man.
No, you know what happened with Wike? They give Wike honorary doctorate. Now they jump up. That man.
He dey jump on like flog. He dey jump on like a goro flog.
Hi, I say honorary doctorate. Now he can't be like say person will win Euro lottery. That's why Abati say, for Ghana they don't ban honorary. No go they write and say you the doctor for public. For Ghana they ban them, but we can begin give God prayer. Ha! Una no see and they sing now. They do hand like this. Hey, my God! When I look this night, I say, now wow. And you go see and now then go begin call him Doctor. He go shell it from next week now. Go to hear him, Doctor. Yes, so week. Because
it's a pity that Dr. CN, you read well before you get your own. No, that one when he get lecture, they can't give a doctor. You throw that they do doctor.
The thing. And he go call party. He go see say then go congratulate him on being called Dr. Wike. Now he go use the do election now. Okay, now he go use. The thing shocked me.
Good night, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Good night, my sister Ify.
Good night, Madam Ify. Nice talking to you. Nice chatting with you tonight. I don't know all of them not become politician. The way your analyst said pass about yourself. Everybody don't. But the situation don't turn everybody to political analysts. Nobody can start it.
Anything where we can do, even if they talk good morning, people go look into it. Since we can.
If you greet and you don't put doctor Wike, you are in trouble.
You're in trouble now. And if you ask just they happy, I say, I'll be doctorate, they just begin sing, they dance. Hey, I say now wow.
Good night, guys.
Okay, now.
Good night, Madam Ify.
Wow. Week.
Dr. CM, have a good night too. You don't say they go. I hope you don't go sleep for office too.
No, but I day off today, but I go do one or two things. I know.
Okay. Go get some rest, bro.
That's why I go.
You don't say when I sit here and talk to you like this, one-on-one. You don't say.
You don't take shot, really. Now just one of those things. Sometimes I know they too get that. And you said that I think say you don't.
Politics they bring us together just like football now.
Yeah, they see this is another angle. Wait till he just talks so right. See, you see what we can achieve when we don't discriminate. You see what we can achieve. You see the strength in our unity. What it just happened to our Super Falcons, right?
Yeah, exactly.
If we don't allow politicians to divide us, you see what we can achieve. You see nothing can beat us, right?
Do you know those Super Falcons that when I done they read them individually? Do you know that these people, top club in the world, and then they play PSG, Atletico Madrid, Barcelona? I say, what? Nigeria? I didn't know. It's true. When you look at individually, come and see the European clubs, they everywhere. I say, no wonder they are champions.
You see the unity, you see the team spirit.
See the way they win.
So that's what we need to defeat this cabal. I don't mean they preach when they say, we will not like the one Nigeria the way it did, but we want Nigeria in a better form. So you see what we can achieve. Nobody, not even the tributes of this world can beat us, can hijack our state if we not give them the chance.
I feel saying I fear, and I think they make them intimidate also. Sure, you know. I feel
no, I talked this yesterday. I give one analogy. We get something where God give us naturally, inalienable rights, when we don't know how to utilize to our maximum advantage. And they know them. So that they invest in those divisions. I talk at one time, say, our division, our quarrel, our disagreements, are their biggest industry.
It's true.
When we argue like this, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, this one, that one, average Hausa man, they suffer. If you go Daura, you know, say before Buhari died, he don't come up for Daura, they nearly kidnap him. Daura is not safe. Go to Ota, Ogun State, where Obasanjo for come. The average Yoruba man, they suffer there. Go to Lagos now and keep their power. People, they suffer for Lagos to eat. Emit power, they are hungry. So, when we know this, bro, we don't go there. We will treat. Let's think of how to build bridges, you know, across our humanity, instead of allowing them to divide. Look at what they're doing in Lagos. No one of them told me. He said the last election.
The latest for Lagos now, they done all this mumu, some celebrity mumu, they don't start campaign with a biscuit and a 500 naira.
Yeah, see another angle. Where did they go now? Where did they rain now? They want provoke.
So no more rice. Rice don't be. No more rice.
Rice they call later now biscuit and the 500. Now they start their campaign whether today or yesterday.
Biscuit.
See what they do. See what they do, right? They want make look like maybe they fight ethnic and tribal war, religious war. These are their weapons, right? When we begin to argue Muslim Christian. Now, any special market for Muslim, any special market for Christian, whether they do Muslim ticket, any special gas station now, whether they buy cheaper fuel for Yoruba man. So all of us did this, all of us the rain they beat. So when we understand that these weapons, now this factor that they use against us, when we see the fall for the thing, another thing now, that renaming of street for Lagos. Now attempt to provoke certain people. So you know what they tell me last week for their platform? The boy tell me, say, probably he will be listening to me right now. He said, whether we don't see what they do us, since we say we won't be minority, one called the claim Lagos with the drag Lagos. Say this election, now litmus test to tell us, say, na then get Lagos. Say they go flush out. He said before they go let us win a pocket of councillorship. They not really care. Chairmanship. If we both dominated area, you will see both chairman, minority will come the win. He said, when will they come again now? He said that one a litmus test. This is just the beginning. I say, so not be who go fit do something, and not be who get people want. So this one advantage to you. He said we never see anything. So this naming of streets, that's the one way that they do. Whether they he showed me the list. He said from beginning to the end. He got to compare them with previous election where they get foreigners. I mean, outsiders they win. You know, when they not take for Lagos, they win their area of dominance and popularity. He said, make I compare. He said that it was a meeting. He said they go for meeting where that decision was taken. He said the next way they want to do now, they want to use Yoruba. They do their deliberation for the House of Assembly. I was just looking at this Muron. He said ethnic bigot. So what is an achievement to you? I was just looking at this guy.
Omoru, assuming if it's something that by the wave of hand somebody feed do him, I feel say wave of hand, let non-Yoruba people leave Lagos for 6 months. Just for 6 months, let it be only them. That Lagos go crash. If they don't know they don't know what you mean by immigrant population in a city. It's like you go to you weather America, you go talk of New York, Paris, London. Go look, if you go to London, London makes the money they spend in UK. London, the tax they pay in London is what it sustains UK. And who pays it? Foreigners. Every day then they admit them, they build new houses. They welcome migrants because now then go pay tax. Look, if it's possible, let's just say if you are non-indigenous, leave Lagos. Let's say for 6 months, let's watch them. Ooh, the economy could just they will even announce it. It could just crash. What do they think? What do these people know? The beauty of a melting pot, now the migrants, different talents that come into it to help to build the economy. What do they know about
it? If they even get sense, they will decongest that Lagos. Putting everything in that Lagos port is not profitable to anybody. If they divert Lagos to let another city, another port happen for East, maybe
is that not why when I knew that seaport is important was when Jonathan, these are not talking, I had Jonathan say it. This one not be say a report in paper. I had him sitting and saying it. When he visited seaport, he said if we can reform our seaport, we don't have need for crude oil. Jonathan, president, say
why you not make a change?
No, but well, at least let me just take his words. But I don't know how far he was able to go, or whatever. But this is a typical example of what it should be. Part of the negative campaign against P2B was P2B being a trader when they decongested a port. This one when they say work with Abacha, do anything. Now, because as a businessman, port is congested and they are paying demurrage. They have to summon courage to go and meet Abacha.
It was like a protest. It was like a protest.
A protest. So when they go there, the way P2B was saying, they say, okay, you go and head it. Go and do something about it. That was how P2B and the group. They now
he actually he told them to add the P2B to the committee that was set up.
Committee. So not that yet, and that was how they went. So do you know that? And as part of Nadeco, when Abacha was fighting Nadeco, he opened the Warri port. Because I knew my people that people were importing something from Warri through Sapele and then One and Calabar. That's what people. If you do all this, you decongest Lagos, and then you open up the southern coast, those Niger Delta. You open up business there. Within 5 years, it will be another sprawling melting pot. That is what Nigeria needs. But this idea of congesting everything in Lagos and then making Lagos to be becoming a ghetto.
That's backward thinking. Backward thinking.
Look at this thing. You can't help. Okay, how can somebody living in California go clear goods in New York? Is it? How do you explain that?
That's their greatest fear. They don't want to lose grip of what they are holding on to. Because they are myopic in their thinking.
But you can't lose because everything is competition. So that you see everything will be functional. Why should worry? Because the moment worry seaport is on and working, on and running, worry to Sapele go be another highway from Sapele to Benin. People can now believe in Benin. Say
to open up that area.
Exactly. From Benin, before you know it, people go say, nah, I there Abuja, I they go worry. When you get down to Kene, Auchi, this is Ekpoma, Benin, Sapele, you don't reach worry. So that area, the business where you go they don't open up that area. Then you go
to decongest Lagos, make Lagos more lively.
In fact, sometimes now myopic neck, now in there, and the people are suffering.
But see, my concern. I don't want to begin to carry head for what they are doing. They are a criminal will behave like a criminal, a thief will behave like a thief. Now that we know all these things, as a people, when do we continue to have our own coalition of the masses? When do we begin to rub minds and discuss on the way forward instead of reacting to what the politicians are doing?
You see, Omoru, what we are doing now, we're already discussing it because it is true. No, maybe you go see.
No, I want us to elevate it to the level of where it will be impactful. Now, with the talk.
Yes, you go see, say, maybe someone is here, me, you there here, you and maybe 2 or 3, you go see. But the world, those that are listening are even more than that. What I'm trying to point out is that this was part of the reason where Obi say production to consumption. He said because, when Obi, if you remember the campaign, when Obi went to Warri, he agreed and say, area, the crowd went wild. He said, look, this seaport should start functioning so that some of you will have businesses and something to be doing along the coast without going out. The crowd went wild before it came to be. So seaport and is a veritable source of economic activity everywhere in the world. Everywhere. That is. Do you know Singapore had the biggest seaport in the world? It's a small country, but they take advantage of their location. That is what
Yes.
we are. That they took advantage of their location and then make their port that it is serving Japan, India, everywhere. So if you feel that you want to do entry port whereby you can repackage, you use the Singapore and they are making money. So that
Yeah,
is
there was a place TP was campaigning in Lagos. He was telling them, if you allow B to win, he said we'll close your port and take your port to Port Harcourt and Warri. Lagos will close. Lagos will fold up. You know, Mumu when Mumu they talk to Mumu go they believe, right? So he will close your. He said we'll close your port. We take it to this. I'm like, oh, nobody complaining like this. Somebody was saying, I saw it on there. Was it on TikTok or YouTube? I can't remember exactly. So somebody can be so myopic and so limited in thinking. My brother, my concern is still that. You see, somebody was talking yesterday. The reason why I entered the show yesterday, somebody was like, "What do we do? What can we do?" This National Assembly is not ready to sign any electoral reform and anything. Now I tell them, say nobody is ready to sign anything until you force the person to take what belongs to you. If there's anything we want them to do, there's something they can really resist. There is a limit to which they can resist. You saw when Natasha went to National Assembly, right? You saw the first hurdle, how they broke it, second hurdle, and they were not even up to 1,000 in number, right? Do you know if they wanted to put that gate down, they would have been able to put that gate down? Nothing will have happened. So, just imagine what we can achieve if we get 1 million out of 200 something million. So, let's siege on that National Assembly. They're there for like a week. Things will change now. You saw the speed with which Jonathan handed over to Buhari. Now, because of the rake, because of the tension, because of the vibration when they see to in the build up to the election, the bamboos will be soaking this, will be doing that. So Jonathan didn't want anything like that to happen. He was already threatened and frightened. Even before they start to finish, they conclude the result. He's already they congratulate the guy. That's the kind of opposition we need. If you want to say, maybe they go meet, come back, they can't give us because they pity us. They don't know whether we exist too. Thank you, my brother. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Omari. Hopefully we
have a good night, bro.
We talk again, and you too. Thank you.
God bless you. Nice chatting with you, man. Come on, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate it. Yeah, almost Obilo. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So I'll see you guys on my next one.
Thank you. Omaru, Obilo. Thank you. So make we.
All right, now do well.
Okay,
right,
thank you.
Thank you.
Good night. Yeah.
Good night. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much, Walele, Michael, Tracy. Good night to every one of you. I appreciate you all. Thank you for being here. I'll see you guys on my next one. Mrs. Is it Tokwe Oriaku? Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, Guy Walele, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Obilo. You don't learn one today. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you all. I'll see you guys on my next one. Good night. Today. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you all. I'll see you guys on my next one. Good night.